A very warm welcome. Good evening, good day, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. It's Ted Coningsby channel live here from Ted HQ. Hope you all had a good weekend. Alright, how you doing?
Okay.
You alright?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Feels strange seeing the man behind the camera.
Cool. Yeah, of course you can, no problem at all. Alright? Yeah. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. So, squadron leader Ted Coningsby. We had a good time at Family's Day, didn't we, Ted? That was good. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon and the BBMF as well. Hopefully we're on for another classic day at Ted HQ. Hope you all had a good weekend. And startups already, just bang on time. What's that, Ted? All right, mate, hang on, no worries. Ted's got a little message quickly. Now, what's that, Ted? All right, mate, okay. Ted's got a little message actually. I know we're not, I know we're a sports neutral channel, obviously it's aviation, but Ted just wants to say congratulations to the Lionesses for winning the Euro yesterday. So, well done, Ted. Ted was watching as England won the Women's Euro 2025. Nice one. Well done to the Lionesses. Hey! There we go. That's all we do for sport. You know, if it's a bit of pride there. Nice one. Well done. Thanks a lot, Chris, for the update. Hope you're all good and well. I mean, when it comes to, you know, your own nation winning a major tournament, you gotta love that, surely. And Ted does love it. Ted really enjoyed that yesterday. It was good. Right, welcome to Ted's home, Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby, home to 5 Typhoon Squadrons. Oh yeah. So we're looking at startups from 29 Squadron. What goes on here? Well, there's a lot of training, policing, protecting our UK skies. That's right. 29 Squadron are the operational conversion unit. They will train the latest and greatest pilots who have qualified and passed their advanced flying training at RAF Valley on the Hawk T2. And if the pilot's career is tuned to frontline for the Typhoon, they will come here and fly and train, or the other way around, train and fly with RAF Coningsby's 29 Squadron. They are the ones that train. But let's go a little bit more in depth. It does include weapons conversion units here at 29. Everything about the Typhoon, from the works from the ground to flying it, it's all done here. Now, 29 Squadron is made up of qualified flying instructors who train the new junior pilots that will convert to the Typhoon. For your information, if it's the F-35B, they will go to Marham and fly with their operational conversion unit for the F-35B 207 Squadron. So there's the training side. What about the rest of the squadrons? There's another 4 squadrons to go. 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadrons make up the combat ready fighter squadrons that are based here at Coningsby. And the mean lean, don't mess with their machine squadrons. Oh yeah. Next up, we got 41 Squadron. Now, they are a test and evaluation squadron. They are fortunate enough to have the latest and greatest ordnance, weapons, software, upgrades, anything upgraded, anything new for the Typhoon. They will fly it, test it, evaluate it, and let them know what's going on. That's 41 Squadron, a test and evaluation squadron. The last but not least, I've left them last because they are the latest squadron to arrive and operate at Coningsby, is number 12 Squadron. Now, they have a long history. Number 12 leads the field. I believe it was their 110th anniversary this year. And today they're a joint Qatari, Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. And they arrived here in 2020. Now, they do have a training, shall we say, a RAF Valley version at RAF Leeming. Now, what that means is, let me put that into context. The Qatari Emirati Air Force number 11 Squadron operate out of RAF Leeming. Now, they fly, I know, before I miss it, they fly this, the Hawk Mark 167. It's a bit like the Hawk T2 at Valley. What this means is that they will train on the Hawk just like our own RAF do, but when they pass, they actually go to 29 Squadron and then on to 12. All right, hope that made sense for the Qatari Emirati Air Force, hence the Royal Air Force joint squadrons there. Now, this is why I say that, you know, air shows are so important. You know, the country's seen how nice that Typhoon flies at air shows. They can see it demonstrations around the world and they think, yep, we'll have that, which is why it creates employment, businesses, work, boosting economy. So this is again, oh hello, don't you turn into a hawk. It's the, there we go, our first, and speaking of number 12, there they are. 12 Squadron taxiing out, well, at least that's the markings anyway for number 12. Right. So this is the Typhoon FGR4. Don't worry about all the different names. They are called different things in different countries. Here in the UK, we call it the Typhoon FGR4. Officially it is the Eurofighter Typhoon. However, the likes of different countries, they call it and designate it different things. It's not a Typhoon thing. This has been going on since probably World War II at least. In Germany, they call it the EF 2000 Eurofighter. In Spain, they call it the Eurofighter C-16 Typhon. In Italy, it's the F-2000A Typhon. There you go. Each country and each Air Force will be able to modify it for their own requirements and designated upgrades. The Typhoon's max power with reheats produced from the Eurojet EJ200 engines produce 20,000 pounds of thrust in each engine. Now this wonderful engine, linked with Rolls-Royce of course, with Eurojet, can actually super cruise. Super cruise means it can go supersonic without the use of afterburner stroke reheat. Reheat, afterburner, same thing, just called different things. The correct term for Royal Air Force use here is reheat. Hence reheat call sign, which originates from Lakenheath. Just like Turbo borrowed 6 Squadrons call sign Turbo. Nath this year has borrowed it from Lakenheath. I think it's the 492nd. The Typhoon weighs very little at 24,000 pounds empty. Now I know it can't fly without any fuel in it, but you start adding fuel, it will still have a very happy thrust to weight ratio at 1:1. What that means is that from brakes release to 8 seconds, it can actually start to rotate, reach speeds of 185 miles per hour and rotate 50, 60 degree or into a clean vertical climbing, which means that it can actually accelerate vertically. Not many aircraft can do that. However, with clearance, which would need very good reason, 22 seconds after it's rotated, it can go supersonic. The Typhoon made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the middle part of the fuselage, the middle section of the fuselage made in Germany, the front section and the cockpit, all that part is made in Britain, and towards the rear of the Typhoon is a mixture of Britain and Italy with regards to the engine and parts at the rear section of the aircraft. Now inside the whole fuselage there's about 30 kilometers of cabling, 6 bolts actually secure and fit for each wing. Right, here we go. And of course, don't forget to do your pre-flight checklist as well. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And set your notification bell buttons on as well, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. There's another 2 Typhoons that are just taxiing in the distance as those took off. Squadron markings. So this is the main ASP, that's Aircraft Servicing Platform. And here you usually find the aircraft of 29 Squadron who are an operational conversion unit. This is where the new pilots who have passed their fast jet training, called Advanced Flying Training course, and the pilots will have been awarded their wings. Now, the pilot would have previously just finished flying the Hawk T2, and previous to that the Texan. And the pilots, after a year and a half flying the Hawk T2 at Valley, now have a career path to take. And as mentioned, if it is the Typhoon, they will come here and train and fly with Coningsby's 29 Squadron. Now, before we go into detail of the pilot's training path with the Typhoon, it's also important to recognise that 29 Squadron also train line engineers along with weapons conversion training, maintenance, literally all aspects of the Typhoon from the ground to the air. 29 Squadron is made up of what's called a QFI, Qualified Flying Instructor, and each instructor will able to assist the training in a hands-on student-instructor approach, and it takes just 3 to 4 months. All it takes a pilot to become frontline, fully combat ready in the Typhoon. Now, before a new pilot gets to fly the aircraft, of course, they will need to get to know the Typhoon, and this is done with the special thanks to BAE Systems as well. They play a major part in the development of a Typhoon pilot with the special operational ground school operational course. Now, these new pilots who are destined to have a frontline fighter pilot career, they already know how to fly, and the course will basically teach them to become competent Typhoon pilots. This course lasts 8 weeks of training and will prepare them for their solo flight by teaching the Typhoon systems as well as how to fly it. Familiarizing yourself, I guess, is key. It's like when you, like with anything, when you go in a brand new car, you know how to drive, but it's just familiarizing yourself with all the latest and greatest gadgets and controls. They also get to familiarize themselves with the unique G-suit, which actually inflates to help cope with 9 Gs that they could be exposed to. That's 9 times your body weight. All aspects will be covered, and there is also the sort of, like, how do I put it, the power experience, the experience to feel the power. I don't think Typhoon pilots potentially totally get used to it, or shall we say it's always a surprise to feel the power. Basically, it's something you can't underestimate, the power of the Typhoon. It's all to do with its beautiful EJ200 engines, and the pilots will have never experienced anything like it, especially coming from a Hawk T2. Basically, they sit in a 2-seater, the family version Typhoon, and the pilot at the front will just whack on the reheats full power and probably give them a performance takeoff. But it's the whole purpose is to help the junior pilot understand the scale of things, the power of the Typhoon. Imagine that as a backseat experience, eh? After that, it's a case of actually getting in the controls for the Typhoon on their own, but I can tell you now that all qualified flying instructors, this is a nervous time for them to see someone in a Typhoon that they've just trained. But the first time is just a case of taxiing around, doing a couple of taxi circuits, that's all. Just a very powerful machine. pilots, the qualified flying instructor and their student will go up. Now, it is a case of simulator work and then fly the Typhoon. So if they're going to do any low-level stuff, they will do low-level on the simulator and then do it for real. If they're going to do probably the most challenging air-to-air refueling, they will do it on the sim, then do it in the reality. Every sortie that they do on training, they will do in the sim first, okay? But then comes the ultimate challenge at the end. So after 4 months, like I said, solo flight time, the new pilot gets to taxi a few times and that's it for the day. And then the work is not over, of course. Like I said, it is a case of having a go in the Thales simulator in a full 360 degree. Exercises such as red flag really give the student pilot the feel for what it's like in a combat zone, obviously in an exercise environment and training environment. But ultimately, what is the whole purpose? It is the FGR4 designation, Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance, because if you cannot do any aerial combat, then you will not be able to proceed. So what happens at the end before they qualify? Well, to qualify, they will go up with their instructor, and the idea is to have literally a dogfight where the student has a timed limit to get a lock on their instructor. If they don't get the lock on their instructor within the designated space of time, I don't really know what happens after that. I guess they don't qualify. I don't know how to reapply. I don't know how it goes. I may have to ask that question, what would happen. But I guess they would need to just try again, because at the end of the day, it is all about aerial combat, and if you can't do that, then you can't be full-time front line. So that's how you do it. Now, the RAF have plenty of career paths. It's not just the flying aspect. There's all sorts. The pilot just doesn't get in a jet without having all sorts of things done to the jet. It's a whole sort of hierarchy of things, probably the wrong word, but it's a whole mountain or a triangle of different work roles that make up a whole aspect of a fighter pilot. So you've got the fighter pilot, you've got air traffic control, which manage the flying. Before that, you've got all the ground crew, but there's lots of different types of ground crew: mechanics, tools, engineers, armourers, weapons tech. You've got the emergency teams as well, and also the life-saving equipment such as the Martin Baker ejecting seats. You've got all that. Then you've got BAE systems. Again, there's so many roles you can take into the whole aspect of the Typhoon. What about looking after that? You've got the RAF police, you've got all the security side of things, you've got RAF regiment. If flying isn't for you but you like to be part of that air force, you do have the RAF regiment as well. There are lots of careers you can do. Those now in their school holidays can think about potentially joining the cadets to give you all the basics, discipline and training that you will need to progress. At least you've got the basics if you are going to take on a interest in your career with the Royal Air Force. It's how it all starts. It's no ordinary job, like they say. When you look at the Red Arrows, when you look at the Typhoon Display Team, that could be you. So I've always said this, you know, when you see a little grob tutor or a prefect, that could be the next Red Arrows pilot one day. It takes a lot of commitment and work, and do not be fearful of the many steps that it takes to become a pilot or wherever you need to go. Remember, just take one step at a time and you will get there. Just look at the next step rather than the next 50,000 steps to get to fighter pilot, because it will happen. Literally, if you're in your prefect, you're only one more aircraft after that to go onto the Typhoon. Or you might want to become an A400 pilot or a air-to-air refueler. P8 Poseidon, what about that? They have weapon systems operators there. PTO. Look at this. easy, but not when it comes to the Typhoon. That's power right there. That's how you do it. Woo! You know it is. That is what I'm talking about, and that's all to do with the thrust to weight ratio of the Typhoon. Doesn't weigh a lot, has a lot of punch, a lot of power in those EJ200 engines. More aircraft taxiing out for departure. If you enjoy this, you're in the right place. Not many aircraft can do that. Not many can do that. Like I said, it's to do with how much power you've got. It's thrust to weight ratio. You want to be above 1. Okay, so Typhoon, max thrust, 2 engines, 40,000. Okay, and then you divide that by your weight. Okay, we've said the Typhoon can't fly, or any aircraft can't fly without any fuel, but start off with 24,000 pounds. You can fully load it, fully fueled, and it'll be a 1-1. That's amazing. That is amazing. So the lighter you are, it's going to end up in space. There's a lot that the Typhoon can do. Some we know, some we don't need to know. Like with anything, it's classified, and that's the way it should be. But all the information I do tell you, it's fine for me to talk about. More aircraft taxiing out for departure. If you've got any questions about the aircraft, avionics, any history, I'm your man. Or we've got the bear for that as well. And you need to know any info, any history about the aircraft at all. I mean, it dates back. I mean, the actual idea of this project for the Eurofighter did actually start in the late 70s, and it's fascinating to understand how long. You've got to remember the sort of like the unknown aspect of things. When a new aircraft comes in, then it would necessarily mean, not always, but it depends on its role, it could mean potentially one aircraft is going to be retired, or at least eventually thought about being retired. The actual first prototype was flown on in 1994. However, you've got to understand that what can it actually do, and it has had, especially with the RAF as well, it has been proven on the battlefield as well. But the thing is, you just don't know. They don't design it and think, okay, this is great on paper, but can it perform? This is the risks that it takes. We all know about the Tempest, but what can it do? By the time that comes out, just think of that technology from, let's say, 10 years ago, which is roughly how long it's going to take to be complete. Not from now, but, you know, in the near future, maybe another five years, and you still got the prototype. Wouldn't that be exciting to get that? But you've got to understand that, what can it do? Will it do what it's made to do? Will it have any issues? All the teething aspects of things. But the design, if I remember, I think there was a company, Messerschmitt as well, before it formed into its company to develop the Typhoon into the Eurofighter project. That was very interesting to learn that it was a late 70s into the 80s, and all the countries involved to take part in it, and then disputes on engines and which one engine, but they did make the right choice. Right, so we got 2 more Foons to leave the ground to make a beautiful sound. Here we go. But there we go, just a little brief insight into the, you know, and then you've got the advancements in the avionics as well, and things get upgraded. Not just on the Typhoon, lots of aircraft have all these upgrades, and things are odd when you think about it. By the time an aircraft is literally from pen and paper to its development, it's old technology already, or is it? You know, they do need to kind of understand and put in the future-proof aspect to it. It's a bit like the grass runways into the hardened runways. So grass runways had its benefits, but they were making heavier aircraft. And I mean, can you imagine if we just had grass runways today? Don't think that's going to work out. Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing? Aspen, Margot, Daniel, Alan Q, Matt Clark, how you doing? LEJ approach. Hope you're all good. Nice to see you all on it. Right, here we go. Send it. Landing lights on to potentially scare the birds. Configuration. Typhoon has been made, designed aerodynamically unstable. Aerodynamically unstable. Why? Well, fly-by-wire, and let's add some of that in there, which means there are 4 main computers that keep the aircraft stable. So the point of that is to be able to create maneuvers which the pilot doesn't need to think about, because the computers are doing that. Underneath the actually, I've got a model here. Where's my little model Typhoon? Let's see what we got here now. There's our Typhoon. Now it's made in 17 squadron markings, as they were the first to bring the Typhoon here on the 19th of May 2005. They were operating at BAE Wharton Aerodrome, hence the 17 squadron markers. They're still around today. They're actually the test and evaluation squadron of the F-35, but they're based at Edwards Air Force Base in America. So things are changing all the time, and like I said, with technology, you've got the ECR. At the time, it was a Mark 1 ECR 90 captor, but this has been upgraded. There's only so much that's available to the public, of course, because of the nature of it. And but anyway, just to give you a rough idea, this radar can actually lock onto, with the help of the IRST Pirate, which is here. It's like a infrared system that's here, which we'll talk about in a moment. But in here in the ECR, that's an awesome bit of kit to lock onto fighter jets that are 160 kilometers away, larger aircraft 160 kilometers away, larger aircraft at 300 kilometers away. That's impressive. Could lock onto about 20 to 30 targets and actually prioritize on, let's say, 6 of those. Now, we mentioned the IRST system. Let me just show you that. Now, it's an infrared system. It's just about, it's here, all right? But obviously, I might paint that. I might go and get my Sharpie and paint it. But it's called Pirate, which stands for Passive Infrared Airborne Track Equipment, is the FLIR, or the IRST system. That's infrared search and track, for those that would like to know that. Yeah, so it's developed by Eurofighter. It's an international consortium led by the company. Now, it's got lots of different modes. It can do all the infrared stuff like you see on Crime Watch with the, well, it's a bit more advanced, but when you've got the helicopters looking at, it has different modes. You can go into night vision mode and all the cool stuff, bit like, you know, all the things that you can see at night on your simulator, for example. But it's got single track tracking as well, where angle tracking of a single acquired target can be accompanied or commanded. Automatic reacquisition capability, all developed as well by from Leonardo as well. There's Claire's potato. It's got multi-target tracking. It's got a flying landing aid. It's got steerable infrared picture on the helmet, so the helmet can actually assist in locking onto the targets as well. Automatic detection. It's got track while scanning, so once you lock onto your target, it is almost or pretty much game over for the defendant. That sounds like I'm in court or something, but anyway, never mind. But yes, so you've got all that here. You've got the inside the radome, that's sensitive. They are upgrading it. I think it's Hensoldt, and they're doing a Mark II captor inside there. But yeah, there's only so much we can know. You've got the 4 planes here, but just under here, when the Typhoon's parked up, there's not one facing us at the moment. You'll see these, it almost makes a little smile. There's there's 2 red covers here. You pull those away and you've got these lovely little 4 triangles, 2 on each cover. All right, that's the ADP, aircraft data pitot. Now they send information to line 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the main computers that keep this airborne. All right, so that's under there. You've got your 4 planes here, these little wings here. They can control the angle of attack. They can be used for drag to like almost like a speed brake, and they help the angle of attack basically as well, and keeps this thing airborne and stable. So the computers do all that. Under here, right, before we talk about this little scoop or diverter here, or splitter, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Here's your intakes. Now, this is a variable cowling. They open and they don't fully close the intakes, of course, why would you want to do that? But they are variable. They open to a certain degree to control how much air goes in. When the Typhoon is parked up, these are fully open, and obviously when completely airborne, they'll be locked up to about here. All right, so the intakes are S-duct. They will go like an S shape. Why? Because that's a bit of stealth there. That's hiding your fan. That's hiding the heat from the front of the engine, so you can't see them because they're a letter S. Your engines sit back here. It's a long tube actually of air intake, but that's how, and that's why an S-duct system is very important. Now, when you've got air hitting here, this is how aerodynamics work. Air is fluid, it sticks, and I've showed this on a very wet diagram or example before. Here, you're going to create quite a bit of pressure. You're going to create a lot of drag. Just like the wings, when they create pressure to give lift to, that's how aircraft get airborne at first, by creating lift. The same thing happens here, all right? Now, what's with all this diffuser? If you didn't have this here, you are creating pressure in there different to the bottom part. When you hit your engine that's spinning round super quick, don't know how many RPMs, it's going to damage that engine because you've got 2 different types of pressures bashing onto your engine, your compression blades and your turbofan. You're gonna damage it. So to stop that from happening, you have a splitter bridge called a boundary layer diverter. That, my friends, is called a boundary layer. Now the boundary layer, you know, it creates drag. That can be a problem. On the F-35, it doesn't have this splitter bridge. It actually has this little special bulge. It's enough to stop the boundary layer from happening. I forgot to ask a pilot or a ground crew about the grill that's all drilled here. I guess that adds to certain things as well. Speaking of the Typhoons, it does have a special, it does have a few stealth attributes. It's not naturally a 5th gen, but it does have just 15, that's 15% of metal. There's lots of different alloys of titanium and aluminium alloys around the Typhoon, but the majority of it is carbon composite, or a posh way of saying plastic. What else we got? We've got our BK 27mm Mauser cannon here. It doesn't just fire standard rounds, it can have high explosive rounds and armor piercing rounds as well. We've covered that's about 30 kilometers of cabling, which probably makes the back of your TV look good. Just kidding. What else can we talk about the Typhoon? In its development, a lot of delta wings, they create a lot of drag where the wing meets the fuselage. That's why it's bulging out here. A lot of aircraft do that. F-16s also have this splitter bridge as well. You've got an acrylic cockpit. Here, this is an interesting one. So you may have seen reheat. That's our squadron leader Nathan Scheuer. How much reheat is on? Well, the thing is, if you leave your Typhoons or any aircraft, if you leave those afterburners and reheats on for a long period of time, you will then start to get overheating problems. So this, my friends, it's called the RAM heat exchanger. Okay, this is an intake to cool down the engines when reheat has been used quite happily for our air shows. You've got our decoy pylon here, which disperses a decoy Typhoon. It's not an inflatable Typhoon like I thought it did, but that would be funny. You've got a chaff dispenser here, so if it's not a heat-seeking missile and you're locked on a radar, then you can disperse what's called chaff. They're like bits of metal which fool the attacking missile. Also here, speaking of here, you've got a little pod that sticks out. That's actually a missile alert warning system, but it's not one on here, I'm afraid. You've got flares as well with heat seeking. You've got 6 hard points here and 6 hard points here. One of them, of course, designated for a drop tank, and a 13th one here in the middle for a 3rd drop tank as well. Got an antenna here as well. What else can we speak about? Talk about the Typhoon. You've got this little intake here. There's another intake to cool down the instruments. Actually, it's just under here, under this wing here. Right, that'll do for now. We got more aircraft taxiing and starting up. Typhoon's also protected by a Praetorian system as well. Lots of cool stuff to talk about that. A very warm welcome to everyone that's tuned in. Thank you for joining us at Bomber County, although I will tell you later that it also served as a fighter county here in Lincolnshire. It was a big fighter county during World War I. But I guess with the return of the Avro Lancaster in 1976 here, I guess it still is Bomber County, although was built in 1940, RAF Coningsby, and had its first residence in February 1941, served as Bomber Command right up until 1969 with the arrival of the Phantoms. And that was kind of like a new era for Coningsby since it was built. So I've got some more foons to make some tunes. And tune. No, I'm food. Welcome to England's second largest county. Probably England's loudest county, I would have thought, wouldn't it? welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go, right down. So we've got more departing, plus more that are spooling, unless it's doing an engine ground run or flexing as we call it on the channel. Thanks a lot for tuning in, and I hope you all had a good weekend, and it was lovely to see you all at Old Buckenham. I hope you all had a good time despite the elements, literally. It was a fantastic air show. It always is. I love that air show. And special thanks to our very own Davey, who had the honours of taking Ted with him in the Cessna, and also Team Raven as well. Special thanks to the team who flew Ted, and congratulations on their first year of being a 7 ship this year, and for performing at the Old Buckenham for the first time. Shout out to the Bowsers as well, or the refueling teams as well, another role. Marshalling, there's so many roles and opportunities in the Royal Air Force. Do think about it. So many career paths that you can take within our Air Force. How does that sound? Also, don't forget the transport teams as well. The military transport units as well. Maybe that's for you. Maybe flying isn't. Maybe you like driving. That does sound like a ground run. It is a ground run. So we've got an aircraft flexing at the moment. Okay, we've got another Typhoon taxiing out as well, and another one. So we've got 2 more plus these that you can see on our screens now. Happy times. So we are hoping to stream tomorrow. I haven't put tomorrow's schedule. I put Wednesday because I wasn't sure on the weather, but I think we're all good to go tomorrow. So leave it with me. Right, let's ride. Here we go. Here we go, rack them up. So we've got 2 more just taxied. Just about seeing there. More. There's one spooling now, but it is flexing. That won't be going out. Well, it might do later. Who knows? That's the way it is. Right, so there's our Typhoon just going to hide behind that marquee. Hope those that attended Families Day, hope you all had a good time. Ted and I had a great time, just having a good time, just relaxing. It was quite nice to have a day off actually in the base. It was really nice. It was really good. We had a good time. Thanks our friends and followers who've made this possible. Okay, here we go, ready for departure. Go on, send it, here we go. I love playing that game. Right, let's have a little look at what we got next. Nice one. those eagle-eyed could spot the English Electric Lightning. Now, it wasn't based here, but it did serve with 29 Squadron, hence that's their aircraft that they've chosen as a legendary aircraft to be their sort of like gate guardian for their squadron. There is another one. There's one at number 11, Squadron 11 Fighter. Now, 11 Fighter Squadron are the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, being a fighter or having the fighter role since 1915. Each squadron at Coningsby, as far as I know, have a long history, I believe predating the sort of, yeah, definitely predating the Second World War. I think every one of them has, yeah, definitely, they're all in the 1900s, as in they're all pre-1918 for sure on all of them. You've got 1915 with number 11 Fighter. So they got the two Eagles there. I can't remember the aircraft that they were flying in formation as a two-ship, which is why they have the two Eagles. I'm going to have a look which aircraft it was. 11 Fighter Squadron, which is the reasons behind the two Eagles. I mean, Eagles for aerial combat anyway. They are a bird of choice, or at least an animal representing aerial combat. It is the world's oldest dedicated fighter unit. I'm just trying to find out the which was the Pusher Vickers FB5 gun bus fighters. So they formed, first of all, as a Royal Flying Corps. Anything before 1918, April the 1st, would have been a Royal Flying Corps squadron, because that's when the Royal Air Force was founded, on the 1st of April 1918. Now, they were formed at Neverhaven in Wiltshire, and that was on the 14th of Feb, Valentine's Day, and that's one to remember, isn't it? There you go, 1915. It was the first squadron solely equipped with the fighters to deploy with the Royal Flying Corps, and I'm pretty sure it's to do with the two aircraft that they were flying, which gave them the symbols of the two Eagles as their squadron sort of mascot, shall we say, or at least not well, it could be. I know the nickname for the 29 Squadron are the Buzzards, for those interested. So that's 1915. 29, there was a lot of the squadrons formed around sort of 1915 sort of time. And 29 Squadron, I'll have to leave it on the... Got a walk in there from 11 Squadron at RAF Lehman. So yeah, so 29 Squadron, they got a long legacy in history. They formed in November 1915. Again, another squadron to operate with the Royal Flying Corps, starting with the de Havilland 2 Pusher as well. And with regards to 29 Squadron, they also had, during their history, they had squadron, well, wasn't a wing commander at the time, but he was here. But Guy Gibson was a pilot of 29 Fighter Squadron at the time. He did have 4 aerial victories with the squadron. Legendary Captain James McCudden of 29 Squadron was gazetted with the Victoria Cross as well on the 2nd of April 1918 for McCudden's conspicuous bravery and exceptional perseverance and a high devotion to duty. They had a number of aces during the First World War, number 29 Squadron. They had about 20, I think it was 26 aces that served with the squadron. So just during a short period of time, just to mention a few of them: Edgar O'Am, Norman Brearley, Ernest Charles Hoy, Camille Lagessa, James Dennis Payne, Arthur Reed, Alfred Shepherd, Christopher Venter, and Walter Bertram Wood as well. They did have a lot of history, RAF Coningsby. They flew the Beaufort, Blenheims, many aircraft, the Bulldog, the Hawker Demon. They were also based at RAF Acklington in Northumberland as well, where they were operating the Gloucester Javelins. They moved to Lucas, and of course operated the English Electric Lightning, and of course the Typhoon as well. Hi, are you alright? How's it going, okay?
Yeah, good, yeah.
Good.
I really like your content.
Thanks, thank you.
I watch all your Lake and Heath lives.
Cool. Oh, thanks, thank you.
Lake and Heath, so do you travel quite far then?
No, I do go there. I go there. I'm only about an hour away.
Well, from here?
Yeah. Hour from here, hour from Lake and Heath, so I'll go all over. Well, from Peterborough it is.
Oh, so you're Peterborough, so it's not...
Yeah, it's right in the middle, so it's pretty good.
Where's all your knowledge from?
Just learn it as I go.
You never been anywhere?
No.
You're just passionate
Yeah,
about
just
it.
learn as I go, yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, just learn as you go.
This one's a cadet, so
Oh, nice one.
This is his dream.
Oh, right. Oh,
my
that'd be
my
good.
dad was OC Supply here a long time ago.
Oh, okay, nice.
And then you're going to hopefully follow... Well, he wants to do the flying.
Nice.
Yeah.
That'd be
Dream,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah, do it. Go for it. Enjoy.
Do you do cadet visits?
I do, yeah, I have done. I've done here, I've done about, done a few squadrons, yeah.
We're Essex.
Oh, right.
He's done though, 999 Squadron.
I did that one. I did a
He
cadet.
thought
I was going to
so.
say, there's like a little...
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was at 999 Squadron, yeah.
Yeah, that's his.
Oh, right, yeah, I've done that one,
I don't think I was there
yeah.
when you did it,
It's just trying to fit it in with amongst all
You
the other
must
stuff.
be so busy.
Yeah, it's good. I do enjoy doing it, so.
Well, that's amazing. You keep him happy.
Yeah, good.
At
Nice
least
one.
it's not raining.
Yeah, at
Have a
least it's
nice
not
day.
raining. That's it.
See you later.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome. My name's Nikos, cameraman, commentator. Hope we're all well and good, and hope you enjoyed a good weekend. My hair's a bit flat, but it was a bit windy earlier, so I had my baseball hat on, flattened my hair. So hope we're all good. So yeah, welcome. We are in the official viewing area, of course. Once it starts filling up, the recommendations is to park it in the town. It's only £2 for the whole day, but do check. There are toilets there, but not here. There's usually a burger van, but there's no burger van today. So hope you're all right, Steve, wherever you are. There are bins provided, but there's no toilets. And of course, if you are planning on your aviation adventures, don't forget there's also heritage centres. RAF Coningsby got their very own BBMF, that's the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as well. You've also got East Kirkby's Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. You've got Metheringham, their Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre as well, so you can really lock in. And you've got Newark as well, not far from here, so you can really make it a historical sort of adventure over the weekend as well, amongst catching the training Monday to Friday. There's lots of potential local accommodation as well to check out as well. Don't forget to check out all the local businesses that you can help as well. We always like to try and boost local. There's also a local garage as well if you for your petrol and diesel needs, as well as and I don't know if they do repairs, but they sell cars if you need to buy a car. There's lots of good foodies as well here, lots of chippies and local pubs for you to enjoy. There's Tattershall Lakes for your caravan adventures. There's also Vulcan's Rest. There's loads of like independent ones as well, so for you to enjoy. Well, welcome to the show. Hope you're all enjoying it. We are in, like I said, in the official car park. If it is full, please don't park it outside the car park. Please make sure you park it in the town if you're struggling to get in here. There's a little bit of space left anyway, but yeah, welcome to the show. Do be careful of crossing the road here as well. They have reduced the speed limit to 40 rather than 60 miles per hour, which is great. If you are going to catch a few photos by the fence, just don't climb it, don't touch the fence, don't damage the fence in any way, or rest your ladders on the fence, you know, that kind of thing. Let's be mindful. There's also red and white fences as well on this side. There isn't one at runway 25, but there's one over here. We always do tell you, the housekeeping, under no circumstances do you stand at the red and white fence. It is dangerous. You will damage your health if you're there, so please. And you can also you know, affect the operations, because obviously someone stood there, which you will be removed. Please don't go onto the farmers' fields as the approach lights and things like that. So let's try and keep this hobby going. Let's try and keep aviation enthusiasts in the right way. You know, no drone flying and things like that. We've got to be mindful of stuff like that. And of course, do be vigilant as well at all times. It is sadly that you know, with all the things going on in the world, do be vigilant. If you spot anything suspicious, don't have it in the back of your mind and then go all the way home and think, oh, I should have done that. Better safe than sorry. But of course, we always say if it is an emergency, then do call 999, which you know, if you are feeling threatened in any way, if you are going to report something, we always recommend to do it discreetly. You know, don't confront anyone like that. You just don't know what they're capable of, I guess, and what's going through their mind. So we just like to make sure that, you know, all of you, any age, any background, just you know, look after yourselves as well. All right, so we just like to make sure you're all good, safe and well. So hope we're all good. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Got our squadron leader Ted Coningsby here, who loves his Royal Air Force, and as you heard us earlier with the cadets, we do cadet talks as well. Not this time of year, more towards the end of the year when things are a little bit quieter. So we do, the best way to do that is to get into contact with us on tedconingsby.co.uk. We can't promise it, but we'll try our best to fit it in. We've done, of course, number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets here as well. And Ted likes to inspire our future generation, because at the end of the day, they are our future, the cadets. So, you know, it teaches them many things, the basics and discipline, and just what they'll need really for basics to when they start, you know, looking presentable. And it can also help, you know, looking presentable with CVs, give them a bit more confidence as well. But when they do progress and want to go and join the Royal Air Force, they've got all the basics behind them. So we will always back that up. Like I said, there are many roles. It's not just flying with the Royal Air Force. I, for one, was someone that thought that. When I was younger, I thought, you know, Royal Air Force just meant pilots, didn't have any insight into what goes on, you know, in the background. You've got all the armourers, the lineys, mechanics, armourers. You've got so many. You've got air traffic control, the regiment, the RAF police, all the security side of things. There's so many aspects. There's also, okay, they are privately contracted, but you've got the AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. I wouldn't know how to even go about that, but the company is Phoenix. That do the all the bases, as far as I know, even US Air Force bases. I know the US Air Force, I've seen they have wing safety. They do have their own, but they also have contracted Phoenix as well for that. They do falconry as well with that. So I guess if you have any falconry experience, then maybe that could be something that you might want to do. I don't know, but good luck whichever course you're going to take. There's also the other aspects of things outside the base. You've also got RAF Bulmer, High Wycombe, Swanwick. You've got all these, you know, NATs, and you've got all the radar side of things. You know, the eyes and ears. Maybe you want to do ISTAR, so that's intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance. Maybe you want to do that. Maybe you want to do air-to-air refueling. Maybe you want to be a boomstick operator or weapon systems operator. I don't know. Mind you, we don't have boomstick just yet, but you never know. So the opportunities there. There's lots of career opportunities for you. You might even become a qualified flying instructor. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick battery. Oh, is he? Oh, lovely.
My son works for Qatar Aviation.
Oh, really? Oh,
and the girls are mad on Ted.
Oh, nice one.
So we just do your picture and send it over to Qatar.
Oh, lovely.
She doesn't really on holiday, and she doesn't care about holiday. She's like, oh my god, it's Ted Coningsby. I used to watch it before my A-level exam.
How's it going? All right?
Yeah.
Good. Enjoying your day?
Definitely, yeah.
Good. Nice one. You're in on holiday, you say?
We've come up on holiday,
Oh, nice
yeah. made your holiday, you two.
I know. I loved it.
We watched all your streaming and the app.
Alright, no worries at all. Alright, no problem. Get out of here. Right.
Where's that mini Typhoon?
The mini one? Oh, the model's up there. Take it off. Yeah, it's up there. I'll get it up in a bit, alright?
You need cookies. It's better than cookies.
Oh, red cookies. Oh, nice.
Cookies? Just get other ones. Just get regular cookies, not with chocolate though. It tastes better. But just don't let it fall off. Just keep it in it for a little bit and then...
Oh, that looks good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Ooh, sorry, just doing some background work at the moment as well for future projects. That does look good.
You've just been watching it. I've been on it. No, you haven't been on it, but you're watching it. I have
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Right, so it's just now a case of waiting for our arrivals. Hope we're good and well wherever you're watching from in the world. Let's have a little catch up. Margot Baxter, Paul M. Hennings, not Captain Weber, Blocks, Alan Gates, Christopher Neal, how you doing? Captain A, Kaz, Alan Burden, Philip Goodfellow, Aspen, what up? Hank for Huel, thanks for sending in the videos of the Orsa glider, that was cool. Thanks for sending that. Wee Stevie Boy, how you doing? Alan Gates, lots of you are regulars on here. Hope you're good. Mark Garwood as well. Oi oi to all of you. Hope you're feeling good, feeling well, and enjoying the show. Paul M. Hennings, who's lurking at work, and yeah, so we're just waiting for arrivals now. That's always going. If the Hawk's going to go out, or at least, shall I say, I wonder if I'll catch the Hawk flying out today.
What are the time doing? Imagine they've landed at the airport and don't know where they're going. Just fly all the way back here and they'll know where they're at. Well, that's silly. You've got to go there.
And of course, if you just feast your eyes back and your minds back into history. This was our very first aircraft to operate here at Coningsby on its grass runways back in 1941 in February with 106 Squadron. It was our first aircraft. Got a bit of a Blenheim look about it. This is the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Could reach speeds of 242 miles per hour with our with two of the Bristol Pegasus engines, producing about 1,000 horsepower on each one. They did do a Napier engine version called the Handley Page Hereford as well, but it was nicknamed the Flying Suitcase with its wide fuselage. It could carry 4,000 pounds of bomb load and along with a torpedo, but it was used for mine laying as well. And a crew of 4. It did have some guns on it, and of course it arrived here with 106 Squadron and did actually operate here. And 97 Squadron joined them as well in April, but we'll talk about history a little bit later on, just to give you an idea of what was here first of all, which was this Flying Suitcase, or the Flying Tadpole. It did have a few nicknames actually with that, but there we go, the Handley Page Hampden bomber that was operating here. I mean, how cool is that to have that here? Amazing, isn't it? Nice. I mean, we had what else did we have? Well, we had the Blenheim, not here, but as in 2-engine bombers at the time, the Blenheim, the Vickers Wellington, and the Avro Manchester as well that was operating, which actually did operate here as well. Those were the two sort of twin-engine bombers that were operating here, of course, before the runway and the aerodrome ceased just for a year, while it had the upgrades done to it to have the harder concrete runways to operate heavier aircraft such as the Avro Lancaster. Nice little start up there that you can hear. Donna and the Caker Cat, thank you very much for being a member with the channel for 20. Hiya, you alright? You off? Well, have a safe journey. Have a good one. Good to see you, and thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Bye. Thanks for being with us for 22 months. Remco De Vrij, congratulations on 1 year membership. You put yes, 1 year, thanks TCS, you know how it is. Anonymous, bring back my tornadoes. Mark Moody, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Thank you very much for streaming today, Nikos and Teds. Anonymous, like right now, thank you very much for the super chat. Aspen, thank you very much for not only being a member for 30 months, but also a Fighter Squadron member, Guards March for 30 months as well. Oi, all right. And who's put good times, thank you very much. Adrian Anderson, thank you very much. Who's put send it, thanks for the super. A Guards March. Kieran Harvey, thank you very much. I've been a member for 18 months. Oi everyone, and oi to you. Daniel, who's also a Fighter Squadron member and Spanner Flight. I've had a blast. See ya, bye, take care. Thank you very much. NEJ Approach with 25 months, again a Spanner Flight, who's put Bundesliga. Well, I'll have a look at Jens's about. Chris Bloxham, also Spanner Flight for 28 months as well. Oh yeah, big thank you to all the members and subscribers that make this community amazing. please hit the like there now. I'm sure Reggie will be about as well. Andrew Stevens, thanks Ted, Nikos and all the TCS for keeping me sane and in the green. Well, thank you for being a member for 30 months. Sharon Chapman, Guards March, 10 months membership, and what a ride it's been. Thank you very much, Sharon. And Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Matt Clark, member for 22 months. Well, hey, those good months already. Time doesn't just fly when you're having fun, but it quick climbs, pulls 6G rollover and then hits Mach 1. Thank you very much for that. Karen Glain with 26 months, my very healthy addiction, thank you. Ange Baker, fantastic 22 months. You can hear an aircraft there flexing. Daniel Walker, high five. Guards March, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. The Wacky Racer, 7-month membership, thank you. Morning all, 7 great months and counting. Rob Kennard, thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. Sue Arthur, thank you for being a member for 22 months as well, thank you so much. Lee Hale, Guards March, thank you very much. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. High five, thanks for joining us. And yeah, that is correct, Margot. The Typhoon does have a canopy horn. It does beep. So I think the Tornado has one as well that we just established at RIAT as well. So it's for safety as well. You don't want to catch your fingers in the when the canopy's closing, so it is done for safety. Teddy, you're up with that ensign there, mate? Yeah, okay, mate. So welcome to the show and welcome to Ted's home. Just looking around. Let me have a look on ADSB, Ted. Let's have a look, see if we've got anything. So we do have a Hawk from RAF Leeming, sorry. I'm pretty sure it's Leeming. With number 11 Squadron. It's just there. And, yep, that's a number 11 Squadron, Qatari Emirati Air Force number 11 Squadron. It's based on the Hawk T2, and as I said, it acts like an RAF Valley for the Qatari Emirati Air Force, who are training on fast jets to go on to the Typhoon. And they do actually come here and train with 29 Squadron once they pass their fast jet training with 11 Squadron at RAF Leeming. And once they've done that, they'll go on to number 12 Squadron here at Coningsby, who are the joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. There we go. So thanks to all of those who helped me out on Saturday with lots of info at RIAT. Thank you very much to all the pilots and ground crew as well. The Blues, their engineers as well, helping me out with lots of info so I can pass it on to you. All about the aircraft. And the good thing is it just stays with me, that info, which is great. So we're nearly in August already, and wow, hopefully we'll have an uninterrupted week with regards to the weather. It has played a little bit of chaos, especially on the Saturday at the old Buckingham Air Show, which was great, by the way. We still had fun. It was really good. Thanks a lot, all of you who have tuned in today. Don't miss the Hawk. Yeah, I can't guarantee that. I'm surprised I knew what it was. Just finish off my pack of tea's gone. I might go and have another one while I can. Be right back. See you.
Hi, Ted.
How you going? All right.
Yeah,
Good. Yeah, good. Thank you. Oh yeah, you're all right.
You're right.
I don't know just yet. I haven't seen anything. Oh. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Yeah, so what we got? So we got quite a few exciting things coming up. So we still got, for those wondering about the no Teds, there are some planned info on our website, tedconingsby.co.uk, which you can have a look at. So they're kind of like your air shows and things like that, and main events, because of the nature of military aviation. It gives me a little bit more flexibility to on demand change plans without having to worry about, because I know Ted's quite a popular bear and people do like to come and see him, but sometimes I do need to make a lot of changes just like that. We've done that quite a lot of times, and if you miss the message of our changes, then it kind of could be an awkward situation where you've gone out to find Ted and we've gone somewhere else, like far away. So like I said, with military, you just don't know what you're going to get. That's the beauty of it. Sometimes you have to take sort of information with a bit of a pinch of salt, and some things are worth sort of risking to go and have a look at. Not risking as in on a sinister point of view, just literally just putting in some time, because it is like fishing. You do need to spend a lot of time just investing time in just seeing what you're going to get, literally. So a bit like Mac Loop or the Whole Beach Air Weapons Range. We've been there several times. Went last, even Lakenheath as well can have its risks. Last Thursday, nothing was there. So oh dear. It can happen even at Lakenheath. Even here, we've had a couple of streams where it was just like one aircraft or whichever, or two. So military aviation, it's not like Heathrow or Gatwick, or Stansted at like a civilian airport with scheduled arrivals and departures. You've literally got to just turn up, come prepared, and just see what happens, which for me is a lot better, which we really appreciate busy days when you do come here. So it's not going to be back to back everything, even for those experienced that go to Mac Loop. They know the score, which is why we do get asked, when are they flying, what's the best day? There is no best day, because the best day is when you turn up, because a bad day, you know, you're not going to get any flying if you're not there. All right, so you have to go to know. You have to go and put some hours in to find out what you're going to catch. Give yourself some preparation. Take a bag so you can put your rubbish in. Take some food. Take some drink. Go prepared. Take your batteries. Take your SD cards, because you just never know. And that's the beauty of it. You know, you could be, if you have a look at Mac Loop videos, you know, you see all these aircraft flying through, but it doesn't actually come into context of the 6 hours waiting for an aircraft. I mean, I've always said it, even when you're at Mac Loop and you've waited there for 6 hours and you see one Typhoon come through, it's brilliant. You forget about the 6 hours that you've been waiting. You know, it's nothing worse than a blank. I get that, but at least Mac Loop has the beautiful views as well, along with the Lake District. The thing with the Lake District can be quite disheartening, because you've got it's not like a roundabout, it's not like a one circular route. The thing is, with the Lake District, there's loads of different routes that pilots can take, and it can really be disheartening. You're waiting there and you're waiting there at Dunmel Rays, and then it takes a right to is it Coniston, Ullswater, that way, which is really disheartening. But that's the thing. At least with Mac Loop, there's pretty much one circular route, one-way system, so hence a nickname, roundabout, as well with that. So there you go. So don't forget, like I said, you know, give yourself that time, give yourself a bit of patience. If you can't wait more than, you know, a certain amount of time, then it's not for you. It really isn't, because you will get frustrated. If you want to see back-to-back movement, then probably civilian is probably the right thing for you. But with military, for me and the channel, it's an acquired but fun and rewarding experience. I can tell you that thing for sure. If I did do civilian, I probably wouldn't have a clue what anything was, yeah, alone the markings, eh? But you never know. You never know. Never say never and all that. You never know. So this vehicle here, that's the AWCU, that's Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. You'll get these at civilian or, that's a nice South Freeway. Civilian or military, they are to control the wildlife, not just birds as well. They do all sorts of wildlife. They don't take care of deers, but they have various equipment, including homemade items as well, which, you know, if it helps, it helps, from different coloured flags, red, yellow, black or white flags. There's not one flag that does a particular bird, it's whatever works. They do use, this company do have falconry as well that they can use. They can use a flare gun. They do have distressed and sound effects that come out of the speakers, and really strange frequencies is the best way to describe it. They've also got pre-recorded distress signals for birds. Anything that works, really. They can use the vehicle to sort of chase away the birds. They do have a rifle. They don't really use it, but if they have to, etc. I won't need to go into detail with that, but you know, you've got large hares, rabbits, and other things to worry about as well. Even sort of slightly off topic, but related indirectly, is the actual length of the grass itself. There is a particular, if you have it too short or too long, which can cause a problem. You can't have it completely bare. I forgot the reasons why. If you completely have it bare, even though completely having it bare looks neat, I can't remember if it puts off like hares or I can't remember which one it is. There is a reason why they don't have it completely trimmed all the time, but there's also various obvious reasons why you don't have it too long, because you won't be able to see all the wildlife that's hiding there. So I think it's about I think max is about 5 or 6 inch max, I think it is, but don't quote me on that. May have to ask AWC a little bit more detail for that. You've also got a runway caravan, this little caravan here, a bit like a motorhome really. They can be in a form of a towed caravan, and it's positioned at the close to the threshold of the runway in use. So that's a good indicator. You can plan ahead and just find out where the wind's coming from, because aircraft like to take off into the wind. That's not just unique to military, it's all aircraft. They do like to take off into the wind. That said, you know, wind isn't going to come directly down the runway, but usually if it's westerly winds, they will use a westerly favoured runway. That's heading outwards. That's level heading. That's the outbound heading for an aircraft that's aiming in that direction. So for the likes of runway 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 up to 28, all these westerly sort of favoured runways. If the wind's coming from the east, you'll notice that they'll be using runways 04, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and possibly 10, or 10 is probably the correct way. Runway numbers are pronounced individually, so 10 is 10 and 5 is 05. With the exception though, the US do just omit the 0 and just call it runway 5. I have noticed that. So runway 7 is not pronounced runway 07 in the US, it's just runway 7. So there are some slight but exact, you know, there are similarities there. There's our runway caravan. Again, that's like a communications directly from the ground, like a safety aspect, with communications from air traffic controllers. So it acts as direct visual, you know, right down onto the ground for any situations and scenarios, such as the last, you know, split second, you know, potential bird hazard or anything like that. So they'll be able to eliminate things like that as soon as possible. They do have a flare gun that they fire for any last minute or last second, shall we say, emergencies as well.
Ted, how many have gone up today?
I don't know. A few. A few. Yeah, don't ask me. I can never count with aircraft. We get that at Lake and Heath when it's busy. Can never work out. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Hope you're all good. I need to press that. It'll be too long till we get our arrivals. There is no set time, of course. They each training has different times, and again, it's just one of those where you just got to wait. Average is about an hour and a half as an average, but of course that doesn't take into consideration of any shorter or longer sorties. You just don't know. Lee Hale, cup of tea time. Yeah, man. I've had a couple of tea. Tea count is 2. I got that one. Got Captain Weber, how you doing? Matt Clark, hope you're well. Captain A, Lee J Approach, Daniel Walker, hope you're all good. Paul Mayers, Christine Barnes, how's everyone doing? Hope you're all good. a nice start to the week with two performance takeoffs, right? That was good. Nice to see them. Always good to see. Yeah, we'll try and get a stream in tomorrow. Leave it with me, I'll come up with something when I get back later on. JD and Scale, how you doing? Joao Guerra, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Oh, I'll have to, next time I do a show here, I'll have to bring my 29 Squadron history book, like a brief history, and got a couple of photos to show you with the squadron markings. And I was having a little look in a bit more detail of the markings again, but I won't spoil it. I'll bring it next time. Good morning, David Robinson as well. Davey, how you doing? Hope you're good. Who's at RAF from RAF Woodbridge. On a flying with Ted at the weekend. What a great day, old Buckingham. And see you all soon. Davey, you are now on the flight log of Ted, the official one as well. So Davey is now part of the co-pilot crew with Ted, who had the. I think Ted is the only, with the exception of, let me think, Sally B and Christoph Simon. Just trying to think. This is off the top of my head. I think Davey is the only civilian, non-related to the aircraft, to have actually flown Ted. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think so. Basically, the Sally B crew obviously took Ted. The R4D crew took Ted. Christoph Simon was the pilot of the Cap 10. So Davey is the first civilian to accompany Ted in an aircraft, which is pretty cool. Nice one, Davey. So Ted's made, Davey's made TCS history. Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot, Karen, Glenn, hope you're all well. Oi, oi, everybody. Chris Baxter, how you doing? So yeah, nice one, Davey, for that. That was pretty cool, because I was thinking that, yeah, I was just trying to think that everyone else has an association, so Wacky Wabbit as well, that again related to the aircraft. So with Flying Made Easy in the Cessna, again the I was given, yeah, so Ted, so yeah, Davey is the first civilian to take Ted and accompany him with the flight rather than the actual crew. So that's pretty cool, Davey. Nice one. Now that sounds a little bit. You're going. Is that the Hawk? I mean, it would be funny if I missed the Hawk, wouldn't it?
He's got keys. Right. Wait. Right, come on out. Can I get out?
So, just got a lock on the Hawk there. I don't want to miss it. For those that know the history of the channel will know my statistics for catching a Hawk is extremely poor. Okay, so we do have aircraft inbound.
So it literally went like this to the window. Oh, have we got any chocolate?
touch and go. Fine example there. Ship as well. Example of how I miss hawks. Look at this. Thinking it can get away from me. Look at this. This hawk just sneakily just la 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 la. That is what I'm talking about. How hawks just try their best to tiptoe around. There we go. That's a fine example. planes in the downward position to create some drag to assist in aero braking. In just a few seconds we'll go into the level position. Aero braking is a way to take the stresses off the front, the braking systems, just letting aerodynamics and drag do its thing. The four planes should level off in just a second. There you go. They can be used, of course, as brakes, speed brakes. Yeah, I forgot about the hawk. Where's the hawk? See what I mean? I have to deal with. Where's it? Forgot about it. Oh man. I'm so gonna miss it, aren't I? Can you see it? It's out there somewhere. Oh, there it is. I might actually catch it.
What?
There it is. I think it's just trying to distract me as well at the same time. If they go around, look, just there. But no, sorry. Oh no, where is it? It's there, look at it. This is a Hawk Mark 167 11 Squadron of RAF Coningsby Qatari Emirate Air Force. Here we go.
No, he came on it. I thought
live capture of a hawk. Look at this. life as well. Woo-hoo. Woo. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at Ted HQ. Hope we're all good and well. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. First show of the week. Hello. Sorry. What, sorry?
You know the hangar?
Yeah.
Behind the hangar. It's like French. It's got French mark.
I know that's right through the hangars.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's an English electric lighting.
It is.
Design squadron from many years ago.
Looking for the thing before. Sure, no, I can't.
Yeah, there's another one around the other side at 11 Squadron as well. So, very close.
Take it, they don't fly.
No, but that's a 29 Squadron gate guard. Yes. So the colours reverse on the right side of the wing to the left.
Right, okay.
So just like the British flag, back to front on the right side of the wing. So that's why you are right, it looks like French, but actually the rounding did come from the French. That's where, hence the similarity. But yeah, that is, you are right, it is an English electric lighting. Yeah, if you go to Old Fen Lane, you can actually go right up to the crash gate. Obviously don't park the car there. There's a little bit of park, and also just see one right there. There's also, have you seen the one at Thorpe Camp as well? There's an English electric lightning. So if you come out of here, go out the town, hit a left and follow towards Woodville Spa, there's one right there. It's about 5-minute drive from here.
Well, when I was young, I used to go to Cornwall, near Cransop. When I was younger, the farmer had a cockpit of an English lightning in his field, in his barn. So he used to let us have a look around it and stuff like that. So it's amazing.
Nice one.
Is there anything else? Obviously, I know they did a vertical take on before. Do you not really know? Do you just come and guess?
Just come and guess, yeah.
Guess.
Just come and guess.
Yeah.
There's still a few out there, so still a few to come back.
Wow. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you anyway.
You too,
I watch
man.
your videos,
Enjoy.
subscribe and stuff.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah,
Thanks
all the
very
best
much.
to you. Okay?
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Boomtown, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Aspen. Hope you're good, man. Alex Blackcat, Mark Moody, hope they're all good and in the green. Aaron, how you doing as well? Hi.
Do you sell key rings?
Sorry?
Do you sell key rings?
I do, yes, I have
That's
them.
what you said to me and that.
Yeah, I do. After the show, are you staying here for a little bit, or?
How long?
Till about 3?
But went back to Barnsley, you see.
If you give me when they all come, give me an hour. Is that alright?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
alright? Yeah, give me an hour. They should be all back by then. And I'll come down and. Yeah, I've got them here. It's just, I know what will happen. I'll be down there and they'll come in, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you got?
I've got various key rings, badges. I've got 2 types of patches as well.
2 what?
Patches.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so just
Alright.
let me catch these coming back.
Just coming back, yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
which would be, I'd
These
say...
are just asking, are they coming back as well?
Yes, lad.
So, because these have just asked me that bike, are they coming back in?
They should do, yeah.
With next hour?
It's just a guess, by the way. I'd say within the next hour they should be all back.
It's just these have asked me that bike.
Yeah, no, that's just a pure guess.
I've been watching you, I've said if you're on YouTube.
Yeah, I've got my eye on a few here. They should be back soon. There's one that's quite far, so I've got these 2 that are quite close by. Once they come back, I'll come down. All right, buddy?
No problem.
No worries. So RAF Coningsby's 29 Squadron operated the English Electric Lightning from 1967 to 1974. That was the F3, I think it was. I don't go into too much detail of the English Electric Lightning, as the squadrons, or at least the bases that we go to that are active, didn't actually have them. We did have English Electric Canberras here. And also the Avro Vulcan that was here in 1962, the Vulcan B2 to 1964. Hi, how you going? All right? You okay? Good. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, stepdad's not too good, but he's getting there though. He's getting there.
I mean, we sat and watched the
Yeah, do you enjoy it? Good. Yeah, oh, that's good. Just having the day off. I took my camera, but I didn't really do anything. I just wanted to watch it, and then didn't really do anything. I took a couple of photos with my phone of Ted with the 29 Squadron emblem. That was it, really. Yeah, so I just sat back and just watched it all. Yeah, it was nice. It was good. Yeah, it was really good. Okay, when? This Friday? Right, okay. Oh, well, enjoy. Have a good time. Yeah. Hopefully the weather's all right, isn't it? Yeah, fingers crossed on that. Yeah, no worries, no problem at all. Biddy. So how we all doing? Who we got on? So we got Meth, Mark Moody, Mike Wood, Christine Barnes, Aspen, Blocks, Alex Blackcat, Oi, Callum, Damien. I think we're all good. DJ Sonic Sense, Iron. There's lots of looks like lots of comments on, is that motorbikes? Are we talking about motorbikes here? Nice one. Damien, how you doing? Why is it that when planes at Lakenheath do low approaches and touch and goes, they retract their landing gear? Yet the Typhoons I'm watching at the moment don't. Well, we've had a couple. Right. First of all, we've had a couple we've had a couple that have retracted the gear because they've taken a turning to the right, which means they've probably gone off to use Cranwell's radar. Okay, so they can do it, and they do. The simple answer is just the way they operate. Whereas Typhoons, they just keep the gear down and turn into downwind, and they come back. It's very rare. What is rare is to actually see a touch and go at Lakenheath. We have had, and we've got it on video, F-35s doing genuine touch and goes where they touch down and take off again. So the reason behind that is a lot more to do with, I'd say, more operational. However, it does look like when they come in from Point Charlie into downwind, it looks like a tighter circuit, but I'm not going to go with that too much. I'm not going to go with that much. It's just when they do the low approaches, it looks like a tighter turn, if that makes sense, into downwind, but I'm not going to go with that. My final answer is literally, I'm going to say it's the way they operate. Literally. You do tend to see not a lot of touch and goes at Lakenheath, and it does naturally cause wear and tear on the tyres. That's a given. I think aircraft can do what, 400 touchdowns, I think, before they change tyres, or at least the larger aircraft anyway. Jakey H2000, well, have a good one flying that. J-Dog looking at work. I hope you're enjoying the show. Yeah, so speaking of tyres, I'm going to say it's between 150 to 400 landings. I remember 400 being the magic number, so I suppose it depends how heavy you get yourself on the levee. But of course it does vary. Thanks a lot, Alex Blackcat. Thank you. Give a thumbs up. Absolutely, yeah. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit the like button. Jake with the carrots. How you doing? Love that. That's why I have carrots. I love that. How you doing, Jake and the carrots? Hope you're good, mate. Just got my eye on a couple of Typhoons, not too far. Just you can track them on ADHB. ADHB? ADSB. Goodness me. Put that down to
mate,
age.
right.
Hello, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good.
Apparently you know when all the planes are coming and going.
Not really.
Not really.
No.
Oh right, because he says there's some planes coming down within the hour.
That was a guess.
Oh,
It's
was it?
about an hour. I don't know.
Oh right, because we're thinking of coming back on the way back from Skegness.
Oh, right.
When it's worth popping over here.
Yeah, I mean the aerodrome's open till about 5, so bound to catch something.
Right, so they're always up in the air then, aren't they? Always doing something, aren't they?
Don't know.
It's not every day, is it?
No, it's literally military aviation. You just turn up and just give yourself loads of hours and just see what you're going to get.
Oh, right, well you got a couple just now, didn't you?
Yep.
Have you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I do. Ted Coningsby. Like and subscribe. You know how it is.
Right. Okay.
All right.
You've got those. You've just put those on it, have you?
It's live, so
Right.
yeah, rolling. You go off to Skegness. Have a good time there.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah, we're having a trip to Skegness and back.
Yeah.
We're from Derby, so.
Where? Derby? Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, that was just a pure guess. My guess was about an hour. There should be a couple coming back. So that's just
Coming back from where?
wherever they've been training.
You saw them take off then, did you?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so only how many? 4 took off and only 2 have come back. That kind of thing.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah. You not been here before then?
No.
All right. Ah.
I mean, I work for Rolls Royce. I used to test.
Oh, do you?
I used to test Phantom engines.
Oh, cool.
RB199s.
Yeah.
And adored.
Spey engined.
The
Spey, yeah?
yeah, Spey. The Spey 202, 203.
Oh, lovely.
With
Oh, nice.
Rapid reheats and all
Oh,
that.
lovely. Oh, cool.
I used to set them all up
Oh, nice one.
back in the 80s. That was. What are those then? Do they house aircraft?
Yeah, they have some aircraft over there as well.
It's like one in each one.
Oh, I don't know how many goes in there. Cool. Well, thanks for the info on the engine. That's cool. Right, how we doing? We're still flexing over there, doing some flexing. I'll let you enjoy the sounds. Stevie boy, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for the super. Aspen, thank you very much for the super chat. It's been a great show today. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Richard Joy, brilliant channel. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much. Aspen, Foontown UK, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Jake, thank you very much. Put loving it, and that's Jake with the carrots. Aspen, high five. Paul Pump, thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Oh yeah. Right, let's have a look. Wolf 11 flight. Just keeping an eye on if it's left the range. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. If you've got any questions about the Typhoon, give us I'll go on the chats now quickly, just looking ahead. Got any questions about how it all works? I'll do my best to answer the question. There's our Typhoon here. Got any questions about the Typhoon, let me know. If not, no worries. Obviously I've done a good job. John Minter celebrating 10 years cancer free. Well done, man. Could you send bear hugs and paw bumps to anyone affected? Absolutely. Give me one moment, I will certainly do that. I'll get that done for you. But like I said, if you missed out on any of the tour of the Typhoon that I gave earlier in the show, if you've got any questions about what certain things do, I'll do my best to answer it. Be right back. I'll go and do that little shout out from John Minter there. That was absolutely fantastic. Definitely a worthy one. Well done, I like that. And well done to John as well. Nice one, bro. Who's going through the battles of cancer. A bear hug. Some paw pumps, thank you very much. And well done, John Minter, being cancer free. Oh yeah, that's cool, isn't it, Reggie? And yeah, nice one for those battling through and those that have pulled through and done well and defeated cancer. Well done. And Ted's just sending his wishes for a happy recovery for those on their recovery as well. Tom Cruise just going past casually. That's Langrick Road over there. And for those that are looking at Google Maps, you'll notice that we do actually have a small village called New York. We do actually have a New York. It's just to the other side over there, although that would probably be technically Langrick there. But just a mile to the right of the screens is a little village called New York. I know, and it's always when I first started coming here, I found that quite humorous, shall we say. I'm in New York. I phoned up my mum and said I'm in New York. She was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I wasn't lying." Hank Verkuel, nice one. I see you ordering some models there. Now, is this going to be one of those rare moments, right, where there's going to be a Lossiemouth jet through the looks like it's heading to the Lake District, which I've mentioned it several times and always wondered if they ever go through the Lake District. Well, the answer could be yes. It is Squawking 7001, those tracking on ADSB. So there you go, there's your answer. They clearly, well, it looks like it's going to. That'd be a rare catch, wouldn't it? Lossie 59. Nice one. Lundy Gruffalo, how you doing? Hope you're good. Captain A, Margot. We are due a Macloop and Lossiemouth trip soon. We haven't done one yet this year, so we do it once a year due to the, well, Lossiemouth that is. Keep your eyes posted on the make sure you set your notification bell button and we'll get that sorted. It's a long 10-hour journey to get to Lossiemouth, but it's worth it. It's always good to do it, and it's such a strange feeling to see Typhoons somewhere else. Stevie boy, how you doing? Yeah, Lossiemouth is coming up, but I will get a date set for that. Michael Woodbridge, how you doing? Hope you're good. So aircraft that's operated out of Coningsby. I'll try to remember them in chronological order. So we started things off in 1941 with the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Then in the same year we also had the 97 Squadron arriving with the Avro Manchester. And during the closure of the base, 1418 Beam Approach Training Unit were here using the airfield as a beam approach training with the airspeed, the Oxford and the Avro Anson. And 1943 was the arrival of the Avro Lancaster, and then from 44 onwards we also had de Havilland Mosquitoes here. The successor to the Avro Lancaster, very briefly, the Avro Lincoln. And then in 1953 we had the English Electric Canberra. Then in 1962 to 64 we had the Avro Vulcan. And just 5 years later, a turning point for Coningsby as it became a fighter town with the Spey engine Phantom. And in 1976 was the arrival of the BBMF aircraft. Now we we'll add the Avro Lancaster back, shall we? The Spitfires, Hurricanes. Just trying to think when the Chipmunks actually arrived. That's a good question. What else did we have? Oh yeah, the Dakota came quite late, didn't it? The Dakota, that came in the Did that come in the 90s, didn't it? So when the Dakota will operate here again, I'll be able to talk to you a little bit more detail. And then the Chipmunks later. And then in sort of 1977, Phantom Squadron started to move to RAF Watersham at the time. Now it's a Army Air Corps base. Also Harriers, Jaguar, very short period of time, and until the early, sort of mid-early 1984, we had the Tornado F3s and other various Tornado variants, until 2005, the Typhoon FGR4, although I believe it was designated as an F2 and then it changed to FGR4 and possibly T3s, wasn't it? There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. How we doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. So I haven't gone into the history just yet because it's really straight. Actually, I should do really and make the aircraft come back. You know how it is with the luck. But my name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope you enjoy all the history chats as well. Do try to add extra things to every single time I go through the history of Coningsby, and it just makes it a little bit more, you know, interchangeable, or always adding value, shall we say, always adding content to the original content of the history as well. So anything I learn, I mean, it could be random. I was learning a little bit more about the Shackleton and how it basically developed from the Lincoln, which is amazing. And then obviously the Avro Lincoln was from the Avro Lancaster, and the Avro Lancaster was literally from the Avro Manchester, which again, that is a beautiful evolution in its own right. So amazing. I hope you're enjoying it. Welcome to Lincolnshire, and it's a nice day. I've got my jacket on. It's got a little bit of a chill to it. Not exactly the most blazing day we've had so far, but I hope you're all good and well, and I'm hoping to give you a full action packed week. I know, and there will be a weekend stream as well, so look out for that. Won't give you too much details just yet. Keeping an eye on this weather because it's very unpredictable. But it's been a good day. Been a very good day. So I will be, something I can announce is that I will be at RAF Valley I won't be streaming, but I will be there, sorry, start again. I will be at RAF Valley Families Day inside, for those that are fortunate enough to attend. That's not outside the base or anything. This is actually attending Families Day. I've been fortunate enough to get an invite. Myself, Claire Bear and Ted will be at RAF Valley Families Day. So looking forward to that. So it is an honour. We won't be streaming it. We'll be there to have a good time. So thank you very much. And we may have a little surprise in there. We're doing a little bit of... I won't spoil actually, I'll keep it quiet for those. For those that are going, see you there. Yes, I do know the guys, Iwan, yeah, I do know the guys at RAF Valley Spotters. I do indeed, which would be quite nice. I had the option, and yeah, definitely we'll see you there if you're going. Cohen and Nick, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thanks a lot, Captain A. EP65, how you doing, Alex Raven? Hope you're good. DJ Sonic Sense, Chris Blockton. Looking forward to it. It is an honour to get an invite. It really is. I'm very fortunate to be able to have that opportunity. So looking forward to that. I might just go and grab a quick cup of tea. I'll leave you with this Typhoon with 29 squadron markings. I'm gonna just go and try to remember to bring my 29 squadron book, and I've got some photos to show you from it. It's a very, very old book, but it's got some markings on there that, like I said, with the 2 X's on the Bulldog and the Hawker Demon, which really throw me a little bit. And then in the 50s they were operating the Gloucester Meteor, where they went back to having 3 X's. Now I'm just trying to find out if they, I forgot if they went 3 X's, then 2, and then their next aircraft went to 2, and then 3. So I'm just trying to establish. And then if you go even further, I can't remember which aircraft it was. Let me have a quick look. They had a load of X's, which I'm really trying to understand the markings a little bit more. So like I said, it looks like 29 Squadron. Oh, here comes the food now, which I'll probably miss. Yeah, there you go. Talked about history, and then here we go. Like if squadron markings look to be as if they are literally just colours and shapes. That's what I'm getting at. A bit more detail. I'm doing a bit more research. I'm sort of not self-critical, but really analysing my theory with the markings there. But you should never spoil a good story, right? You know, the story, you know, about the 3 X's, where 29 Squadron told their designers to put an XX and 1X. All right, so there you go. That's the instructions to paint an XX and 1X. All right, but the designer, the painters, put XX and another X, not 1X, which would make 29. So I love that story, and you should never spoil a good story, no matter, even if it's but you know, you just never know. So that's what I love, just going deeper and deeper into history to find out. See, my point is, right, if they had a load of X's on the, I forgot which one, it's like it was a type of Hawker. Okay, it was a very early aircraft, just after the Siskin. Now, if they went to 3 and then 2, this will throw me a little bit, because in 1950, when they went back to 3 X's, I'm wondering if that's where the paint error went. But if they went with lots of X's to 2, then that's just going to throw me even more. where I'm going with this. But to be honest, maybe I should just leave it be. Why spoil a good story? I'm going to leave it. I'll walk away then. So after everything I just said, but yeah, there is truth in that though. There is truth in the Hawker Demon and the Bulldog, the Bristol Bulldog. It had an X, a roundel and an X, so that makes 20 if it's going to be. So my own theory is that they're just shapes and colours. That is my theory. That's all I'm going with. I mean, there's even a story about the extra strong mints as well. But leave it with me. I shall dig deeper into the history. So, Wing Commander Guy Gibson was promoted to Wing Commander here at Coningsby. He arrived to command, who was the youngest Wing Commander in Bomber Command, just at the age of 23, and he commanded 106 Squadron, but he did get himself back into flying as well. He didn't like any desk jobs at all and proved himself. Lots of consecutive night sorties, and he made himself a right reputation, which probably earned him that indicator to become the Squadron X's commander, which became 612nd Squadron. So someone asked about Lakenheath with the gear retracted, gear back up. But don't forget, gear is very draggy. Very, very draggy. Now the Typhoons are very agile, they're very responsive, the engines are very easy to get supersonic. So maybe, just maybe, they like to keep them a bit draggy because of the sort of sensitivity of the engines, the way they respond, so maybe it could be that. Into downwind. Aero braking at its finest. Low approach coming up now. So the 4 planes in action there, look. Keep a look at the 4 planes, the way they react, where they move on landing. Using all that aero braking. Look at that, creating drag underneath that undercarriage, slowing down the aircraft, and then a little bit of 4-plane action going on here, look. Oi! There's the 4 planes, just look at that, look at their movement. And then just pushing them downwards to create even more drag to assist in braking. just a few seconds, we'll level out. Any second now. Happy times. Happy food. We still have one left, or at least that just did that circuit. If I can venture to the realms of the tea time. A couple more foons to come back, or a few anyway. There's another one. Low approach coming up. So again, great training for the pilots. So in the event of the real world emergency, there's something not quite right, pilot's confident to let the training kick in and do a low approach. Is the gear retracted as well? Okay, here comes the two ship. Go around this one, yep, definitely a go around. they go to Skegness, the Vipers. Hey! So pilots can get lots of takeoff and landing on touch and goes, but of course primarily another aspect is for emergencies that happen on the runway while coming into land. The pilot can abort the landing or avoid a collision, for example, if this vehicle stranded or an aircraft that's having an exploding tyre, which I've been in a scenario where I did a low approach in a QE aircraft coming back from Crete. The previous aircraft, or shall we say the aircraft ahead of us, landing at a burst tyre, so all the debris went on the runway, and the pilot did a low approach or a touch and go, and there was enormous amounts of screams. Me being merry, I was loving it. I don't think the people that were screaming appreciated my laughter and my shout of "oh yeah," but never mind, each to their own. However, it was unexpected. I didn't know that was going to happen. The captain, the pilot just pulled it up, and away we went round until the debris was clear. Day, really a nice day of streaming here at Ted HQ. Hope you've enjoyed it. Gonna go and grab a quick bite to eat. Just gonna check there's nothing in the immediate just coming now, which there is. Lossy 59. Should complete our first wave, I think, for our break for lunch. Oh yeah. Oi oi! Oi oi! Go back, just go away. Unwanted bugs not cleared for landing on my hands there. Time of year though, innit? Lossy 59 having a use of the yeah, why not? It's a good day for flying. Would have come here again with 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. All pilots come here to qualify on the Typhoon. And after that, it's a choice of squadrons, I guess, wherever they go, wherever they get sent to, which of course Lossiemouth has 1 fighter squadron, 2 AC squadron, 6 squadron flying can openers, and the 9 bomber squadron, greenbacks. I think they're still called a bomber squadron, right? Hence the letter B. There is an operational conversion unit at Lossiemouth, but that's for the P8 and the E7. That's number 42 Torpedo Bomber Squadron. Of course, big shout out to 1435 flight at Mount Pleasant, the Falklands. Another Typhoon unit. And another approach. Here we go, another circuit coming up. Circuit, regardless of how many, requires the pilot to confirm with tower that the gear is down, regardless if it's not been retracted. So from here, the Lossy 59 downwind, and whatever their intentions. And when they get to the final leg, which will be about sort of here, oh hello, where have you come from? You'll hear Lossy 59 final gear down. If you don't confirm that your gear is down, you will not be clear to land. I've heard it once before, I've heard negative. just behind that spotlight. Just you don't get to see it that often, but for one fighter markings, were once based not too far from where I am at RAF Wittering. I'd say that was now time for lunch, so I'm going to be back in a moment and have a little spot of lunch, catch a few departures after lunch, see us off for the day. All good ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh, no, there's one more. Hang on, there's one more. Safely say that is our last one. For now, you never know, they just seem to be multiple. Oh no. That is brilliant. I love that. This just sums up today how busy it's been. This is great. Comedy Ted's about, eh? Another circuit, here we go. beautiful. Well, I think now it's probably a good time now for a cup of tea. I don't think there's anything else. I think now is probably a good time for a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Well, there we go.
Hiya.
Hi, how you doing? All right?
Good, thanks. Sorry to interrupt your sandwich, but just wondered if we could get a quick picture.
All right.
Yeah, good. So, called in from Carpet Formula.
Alright, no worries. Enjoy the day, yeah?
Cheers, thank you.
Enjoy, no problem at all.
Now then, who did your decals on the van? Pretty good, isn't it? Yeah. What's the charge? That's why model aircraft. I like to build really big structures. So I've just sold my business and I'm going to get a new van. And I'm going to put what I do on the side of the van. We go around all the model shows and stuff like that. So yeah. Oh right, cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're looking. I mean, I've got a trailer that I tow a lot of stuff with me, and then I've got obviously the van. I mean, I've got a B-17 Flying Fortress, which is 20 foot.
Wow.
She was used in Memphis, Belgium back in 1980.
Oh, okay.
I bought it 5 years ago and restored it back to flying condition.
That's amazing.
And yeah, we go, like I said, we go around all the big model shows and stuff like that. And, you know, so yeah. And the Vulcan's the new acquisition. You know, we've made 2.5. Didn't go so well, but it's in the middle of being repaired again. So, yeah. It's about 1/5 scale. So, yeah, about 1/5 scale. She's jet, she's not electric. We don't do vegetarian, you know. So, yeah.
That's brilliant, man.
Yeah, and you know, it's what we do.
Yeah, nice one.
So, yeah, that's what we do. So, yeah, so, right, stupid, for airplane.
Mate.
Yeah, I guess.
It's when an aircraft hits the
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, because I've sold the business and I'm going to get a new van, I was like, I want it wrapped, you know, and I want it nice, you know. So yeah, maybe just a side profile of the Vulcan down the side of it, sort of thing. You know. Probably 17 on the other side, and you know. So yeah. So yeah, I've watched a few of your videos. They're all right, aren't they? Look, did you go to RAF?
Yeah.
Did RAF? Did you?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, we didn't go this year. We were doing. So we were preoccupied doing that. But you know, all my mates were there taking pictures. Well, you should have been here, Steve. I'm like, yeah, I know. But we're busy. We're doing stuff.
Doing stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll leave you to your lunch.
No worries,
Yeah.
thanks,
Take
man.
care, mate. Take care.
Bye.
you?
Yeah, good. Oh, lovely.
You haven't got any birch with you, have you? Do you take card or?
Yes, do,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll take it, yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I'll just have this.
Yeah, no, have your lunch. I know you've been trying to get it for a long time. Don't worry.
There's another one, and then they all decided to do about 3 or 5 circuits
Yeah.
each. I was like, okay, I'll be back.
Have you heard anything about a sonic boom over sort of Moulton area this morning?
No.
Okay. Because my other daughter is at home, we couldn't get her up in time, and she heard an absolutely massive bang, maybe about 10, 11 bit, and there's reports that there is a boom. Yeah. Well, it was in that sort of area, so they heard it in drifting, they heard it in more I'm going to get them to get sign on. But they are in existence.
Right.
Oh, brilliant. Come on, yeah, you come out from here.
Let's see what we got here.
I think she's been going for a patch.
Yeah, I've only got 2 different ones here today.
Oh, that's okay.
Got a new one.
Which one do you like? Well, I know, but you're going to have to choose. You like that one? Okay. How much are they?
That was 20, that was 10.
Yes, please.
All done?
Brilliant, thank you very much. I'll let
Wanna-
you know. Yeah,
Pick?
yeah.
Let's
go
get
on,
a pick.
please.
I want a pick.
Yeah.
Ted wants a pick.
Ted wants
Ted
one.
wants one. You can't say no to Ted.
Can't say no to Ted.
The pressure right there. That was awful of me, actually. Sorry about that.
No.
You'll only regret it. You'll only regret it. You'll be like,
Exactly.
oh yeah, you're right.
Hiya.
Oh, the wasp has been annoying me today.
Yeah, I think we've had the same problem.
Yeah.
Ready, Aurelia? Perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Amazing,
No
thank you.
worries. Enjoy.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, you doing all right? Yeah.
Not too bad. They watch you on YouTube.
Oh, cool. Nice one.
Yeah, we're just at on holiday, so
That's good fun.
Yeah.
Good fun.
weekend. So
Oh yeah, that was a good week.
that was
It was
really
good.
first major air show I've been to in
Good.
Yeah, the second time there. I went last year as well.
Yeah, it's good there. It's really good.
You've been here since this morning?
Yeah, I got here
Yeah.
about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we had them all coming over.
Yeah.
That's where we were, the Jones there.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Lunch and
Yeah, just gotta wait around now for the
Yeah.
next lot.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy your day. All right. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And my name's Nikos, cameraman, commentator, historian. Hope we're all good. Let's have a little bit of flashback back in time. So everything's back, I think, for now. Managed to get some scran in, managed to get some tiff in, and let me just see if I haven't squashed anything behind me or anything. So yeah, hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's been a good day, really. It's been quite active, and I hope you enjoyed the show as well. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at Ted's home, Ted HQ. It's a mild-ish day. There's a little bit of a punchy breeze coming from my, coming from the west. It's a bit punchy on this side of me, but yeah, welcome to Lincolnshire, ladies, gents, teddy bears, dubbed as, well, Bomber County. Although, like I've always said in our previous streams, that you can go back, you can trace it back, but the thing is, why we call it Bomber County here is because, not just because of the county, because the airfield dates back to World War II. The airfield as such, as far as I know, doesn't date back to the First World War. However, the actual county, which Lincolnshire is England's second largest county. Now, during the Second World War, as we just mentioned, it was nicknamed Bomber County. There was as many as 46 airfields. Now, in the county of 46 airfields, they were no more, or at least an average of about 7 miles between each one. Okay, so what I'm saying is that there'll be 7 miles, you're guaranteed another airfield, and then from there another airfield. So just a few miles actually this way, in this direction, so north, you've got Woodhall Spa, which is about, what, 4 miles maybe? 4 miles away the backwards crow flies, if that. You've got in this direction here, in the east, you've got East Kirkby, you've got Spilsby, you've got Metheringham in the other direction. These airfields even today may not exist, or at least function operationally. They are not far away. You've got Waddington, that's a bit further, but still, what I'm saying is that, and then you've got RAF Digby, which is close to there. You've got Metheringham, Dunholm Lodge, and so on and so on. So they weren't more than 7 miles apart as an average airfield to airfield. But like I said, you've got to do it justice, the county itself, because during the First World War, it was home to several airfields. The county, there wasn't, as far as I know, there wasn't an airfield here during the First World War, but the county itself was home to several airfields to defend the county against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. As a total, around the whole country, there was around 300 military airfields that stood right up to the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there was just 27. So that's how the sort of reduction, things going back to normal, shall we say. Now, many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly a reality. And in 1936 Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command, and eventually Training Command as well, with the operational training units as well. So, Coastal Command as well. Now, grass runways were the chosen material, shall we say. It's natural, it's there. All you got to do is maintain it and make sure that if you are selecting an airfield, that it was good at drainage. But then these things, you kind of have to learn as you go. You can't just go, yeah, this is great, but what about the downpour? What about the drainage? You don't really know until maybe many years to see what happens. And sometimes seasonal weather can become disastrous for grass airfields. And of course, with technology improving, bombers getting bigger and heavier, grass runways were soon to be not extinct, but obviously unserviceable, shall we say, in some ways. But grass runways were excellent for fighters. If an airfield came under attack, there was always some stretch of land to be able to get your Spitfire up, for example. Light bombers too were also suitable to grass runways, but the need for the hardened concrete runways was imminent when the likes of the Lancaster and other heavy bombers were introduced. Now, this you may have seen the configuration. It was like a triangle, so a 6,000 foot runway with two subsidiary 300 foot runways were called a Class A runway, a triangular configuration. They were introduced as a requirement for airfields being built after December 1940. So you may have seen in the movies an airfield under attack, grass runways, and you kind of got a bird's eye view of these Spitfires just taking off. That was the benefit if you came under attack. So the other thing to take note is that John Lang and Sons, Balfour Beatty, Taylor Wimpey, these names you may be familiar with, right, in civils. And yes, they built these runways, and yes, they're still going today. They're probably household names today. Why the Class A configured runway? Well, it helps with crosswind. Now, they didn't just think, right, let's build it this direction, that direction, and that direction. There was a bit of thought process. Actually, it's probably the wrong word. That's probably used in psychology. There was thought in the method of building the Class A configured runway, because depending where you are in the country, wind tends to be a little bit more mean, or there's more of an average for it to come from one direction than, let's say, from here, from Suffolk, than, let's say, Lossiemouth. Wind, especially Anglesey as well. What I'm saying is that they did actually take an average of where the wind direction was mostly coming from. There's no point building a particular runway when you're going to end up with a lot more crosswinds. Okay, so there was a thought to see where the wind was coming from, and depending on where you are in the country, it actually differed of how strong or where the wind came from. So these are things to take note about, and plans to build RAF Coningsby actually began in 1937. Just before I go into that, there was an interesting story that I covered on a Lost Airfields with regards to Plymouth. Now, the runway, or shall I say the station I'm going to talk about, is RAF Harrowbeer. Now, that's in Yelverton, Dartmoor, Devon. All right, so the point was, they didn't realise that, they didn't think that the potential of Plymouth, the likes of Plymouth, would ever get attacked. But of course, you've got to look at Lossiemouth, for example, in the north of Scotland. They probably thought the same thing, but of course, with the Battle of the Atlantic and ships and U-boats, it gave them a lot more variety to bomb places and blitz places and get rid of ships and all this kind of stuff. So an interesting one is they actually used the rubble, because they didn't think Plymouth was going to be blitzed, but it did, and they actually used the rubble to build the hardened runways at RAF Harrowbeer. Why is it called RAF Harrowbeer, not Yelverton? Well, because it sounds like Yeovilton. This was another cool thing to take note. A lot of airfields were given a particular name, other than the name that you may think was a lot more closer to a particular village or town or wherever. It's probably because it sounds like another airfield. I think Brize Norton was going to become RAF Carterton, but they chose Brize Norton because it sounded like another airfield, so on and so on. But plans to build Coningsby came in 1937, and it wasn't until the 4th of November 1940 that it was ready to operate with its grass runways. or grass runway, and operated under number 5 group. What's interesting, number 5 group actually started off at Mildenhall. That's where they formed, but they moved over to St Vincent's Hall in Grantham. That was their HQ, and they swapped. They actually number 3 group was operating on the command at RAF Mildenhall. Anyway, so the first residents to arrive at Coningsby to operate here happened on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was indeed 106 Squadron that arrived here. Zulu November. Take note, because if you ever go to Metheringham and their airfield visitor centre, you'll see Zulu November with a roundel and Alpha. By the way, for those who don't know, those first 2 letters indicate the squadron. Of course, it wouldn't be obvious, because before, in, let me think, 1936, thereabouts, in the mid 30s, they didn't have that code system for squadrons. They actually had the squadron number written on there. Now, not a brilliant idea at the time, because obviously if you're an enemy aircraft, you can find out which squadron operated from where. Okay, you've got you can find out what squadron markings they had eventually when they changed it, but you couldn't quite work out what squadron it was and their role, because each squadron had a different role. So they got rid of the numbered system. They actually, if you look at 115 Squadron with their Wellingtons from RAF Marham, you could see some old photos of 115 written on there. So they changed that and scrapped that. Anyway, so they changed that system to the 2-digit system. The third letter is your flight, is the call sign. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, etc. Alphabetical. That's just the flight. So if there were a flight of numerical 10 flights, you can literally recognise which one it was. Was it Alpha, Bravo? They weren't always in the phonetic sense that we know. Like the W was it Johnny Walker was a W. That wasn't quite the phonetics that we use today. B was Baker, Z Zebra, that kind of thing. It wasn't what you think today, all right? So just don't get caught out on that. So anyway, they were operating the Handley Page bomber. Go away, Wasp, you're not operating here at the moment. And the first mission happened at Coningsby for its first ever mission, happened on the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941. And it was 5 Hampdens of 106 Squadron, and of course RAF Coningsby's first ever mission took part with the raid over Hamburg. The following night of completing that mission, 106 Squadron took it to the skies again, but sadly it was to become Coningsby's first ever loss. It was X3002, a Hampden, which failed to return, and the first loss of Coningsby with all 4 of the crew killed in action. Now, for those that have just joined us, just quickly, let's have a little look at our first aircraft that operated at Coningsby. Here it is, Handley Page Hampden bomber. Look at it. That's right, a twin-engine bomber, Bristol Pegasus engines, 1,000 horsepower, crew of 4, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase because of the look of that. That fuselage is just, right, you ready, 1 metre wide. The pilot would go on the toplet with a folding seat. That would cause a bit of an issue because if the pilot got injured or worse, it was a nightmare, problematic to get the pilot out to get someone else to fly it back safely. So this was a bit of a problem, and it became a problem for 106 Squadron because they actually became the worst Hampden Squadron as opposed to the amount of losses. Just a bit more background of the Hampden. Could do a surface ceiling of about 19,000 feet, had a bomb load of 4,000 pounds. It could take a torpedo and some mines as well. So this, our very first twin engine bomber, a little bit like the Blenheim, isn't it? A little bit, just a little bit, not, you know, not exactly, but it's a bit like it. Except the Blenheim out of Mercury engines. It's a very similar type of engine. But there we go. That was our first ever aircraft to operate at Coningsby. So I'll just put that back. I've actually got my Mosquito model, because I rarely put that on the show, so it's nice for me to show you the Mosquito, which was here, which calm down, I'll show you in a minute. Oh dear. Right, so that was the so that's the Hampden for you. Now on the 15th of March 106 Squadron were joined by another squadron, 97 Squadron, which you may have heard of, which actually had the squadron markings Oscar Foxtrot. They were equipped with the, well, how do we put it politely, the Avro Manchester. Now, I won't go too much into detail, but I will show you a photo. The unreliability of the Manchester and the aircraft being grounded several times. I didn't even see the end of the war because it was the engine that was the issue. It was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now on paper this was a beautiful engine producing something like 1710 or 1760 horsepower. It was mega. It was a big engine. That's 700 horsepower more than the Pegasus. So it had the oomph a little bit, you know, very, very good engines, however, on paper. Now Avro and Roy Chadwick and his crew were doing their best to try to rectify the issue. The issues were the ball bearings inside, as just one example. They would heat up and then catch fire. A lot of the incidents happened on the way back from the mission, so it did have a good reputation in that sense, but doomed in the other. It was actually the failure which created something special, believe it or not. Now I've got a photo here of the they are extremely probably non-existent to even find a Manchester as a model, so I can never probably get one. I've seen a lot of enthusiasts that make scale models actually modify a Lancaster to do it, but here it is. There's our Manchester. Now you're probably thinking, hang on, Nikos, that looks like a Lancaster to me, except with the exception of two engines. Now it was a twin engine bomber. There's a little bit about it here. The killed by the Vulture engine. That's quite now the very first one, the Mark 1A, had three tails, a central fin, okay, but then the Mark 1, they got rid of that and just had a just your regular H tail, and they extended this by about, I think, 1.5 meters either side, so increased the width of the H by about 3 meters in total. All right, so this was an issue, grounded several times. Now don't forget, 97th Squadron arrived here with this. Now because this was grounded several times meant that 106th Squadron would have to actually go out on their own. The second thing is, because 106th Squadron were about to convert to the Manchester, they actually ended up going back to the Hampdens for a little bit. Now here's a cool little fact about this, all right? So this had just short of 90 feet, all right, in width, in wingspan, okay? Now that was fine. It was built under the regulation specification P. It was P. Air Ministry had specifications. It was P13. 6. I'm going to go with 36. Is that your final answer? I think so. I think so. Gosh, I haven't spoken about that for a while. Yes, it would have been 36. I think so. It was the one after the B1236. Anyway, I don't want to bore you with the rest of it because I'm going to go straight in of what happened to this. Okay. So the problems were the engines. Okay. Even the propellers started to feather and cause other issues to the rest of the engine. They were pretty smart though. They were very good engines, but not really. I'm always trying to be modest with everything. So what did Roy Chadwick do and his crew at Avro? Well, what they did, instead of trying to sort the engines out, they decided to scrap that and actually add 2 extra engines, so a total of 4, increase the wingspan by 12 feet, so 100, just short of 102, 101 feet, and the 4 engines were actually the Avro's choice were the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engines, which you all know go on the Lancaster. But what happened was they made a prototype, BT308. Now BT308 had, which I'll show you, they actually had a central fin, all right, so, and it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, so the name hadn't quite come yet. And what Roy Chadwick did in the end was to get rid of the central tail, and it was pretty much this. It was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, but he built another prototype, which is DG595. This was all happening at RAF Waddington, and 1941 Christmas Eve, they had a lovely Christmas present. 44 Squadron received a renamed Avro Lancaster. There it was, and it became legend after that. So that's the story behind the Avro Lancaster. Now let's rewind back to the Manchesters quickly. Right, a little bit of a rewind. So now you know how the Lancaster came about, and isn't it ironic sounds like a song. Isn't it ironic that the Manchester failed to become the Lancaster? Isn't that strange? Because what would have happened in time if the Manchester was successful and didn't have these problems? What would happen to the Lancaster? But then again, they were thinking about 4-engine bombers. We had Supermarine 317, which didn't go ahead because they the 2 prototypes got destroyed. You see, the very first 4-engine bomber was going to be the Supermarine 317. How cool is that? A Supermarine bomber? Oh yeah. However, sadly, R.J. Mitchell passed away, and the 2 prototypes that were going to go ahead got destroyed in an air raid from the Luftwaffe. So that wasn't very good. So the go-ahead came to S-29, which we all know as the Short Stirling. That became the first ever 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. Then came the Halifax, and then the Lancaster as well. Anyway, rewind. So there we go. 106 Squadron were usually on their own, like I said, because of the Manchester's failings. Now, during the first few months, 106 Squadron did become the highest loss of Hampden squadrons before themselves converting to the Manchester. With regular groundings of the Manchester, both squadrons took to the skies with Hampdens in the end. They thought that was probably a lot more of a better choice. The night on April the 10th here at Coningsby in 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid to Dusseldorf, and it was 2 more Hampdens again that were lost, and they were lost by night fighters. Now all 8 crew, 4 in each, lay to rest, and they lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. In July and August of that year, in 1941, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. In August 1941, Hampden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid on Duisburg when disaster struck, as the luck has it that both Olympus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea near the island of Texel on the Netherlands. And Leon managed to land the Hampden, and he managed to land it on the sea. The crew bailed out. They got their life-saving dinghy and their life jackets, but they were to endure 2 days of absolute cold, rain, with nothing really to eat. They made a makeshift, I think they used some of their life jackets as a sail, and they used some of their parachute harnesses and other harness, anything they could find to make like a paddle. But then they had to endure another 2 days of blazing sun out at sea, and they were clearly being dehydrated. The problem then was there was no one to see them. There were planes going past, but ships didn't even see them. And in the end, sort of being disorientated and becoming sort of in and out of consciousness from like malnutrition and not being able to eat, they actually woke up on the shore on the Netherlands, but they were captured. Or they didn't have any fresh water. They were living off raw shellfish. But they were captured and they became prisoners of war. 97 Squadron were actually having a better time with their Manchesters, believe it or not. And on the night of the 8th to the 9th, 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. And the Manchester in the end was to have another series of accidents. There was believed to be a crash on takeoff here at Coningsby, and many were lost after the raids, the Manchesters, usually on homeward bound, and pilots giving out radio signals to report engine trouble with the second not quite right. So Coningsby didn't have well, they had an aircraft that had a series of issues and a squadron that had a really bad reputation. However, things did get better in the end, with lots of history coming up for the squadron, and they decided to bring the Lancaster eventually. But one more story before we get to that. On the 2nd of October 1941, a Hampden AD 768 went with, I can hear startups, I think. were sent on a raid with other Hampdens to Karlsruhe, and it was led by Sergeant Newby, who departed at 1800. Now this is a very interesting story because it got me to understand a little bit more about neutral countries. Now this place, Karlsruhe, is near Frankfurt, and they took off at Coningsby 1800, but the weather was dreadful. If you couldn't see the target, then you really needed to abort. When they were just 5 minutes away, the call from the command was to cancel the raid because they just couldn't see the targets. But Sergeant Newby, being 5 minutes away from his target, decided to carry on, as you do, because Royal Air Force have that press on, attitude. He did, and smashed the target to bits. He did actually hit his target. However, with that extra fuel, with no other fellow Hampdens to be in formation, they found that they were on their own, and they got into a spot of bother with 110 aircraft, Me-110s, attacking them. Now this chase went on right up to the coast, right up to the sea. In fact, the navigational systems were fried, they were all shot up to pieces, and the Pegasus engines took a battering to a point where both failed. Now, with both engines cutting out, the pilot gave the order to bail out. Now, he knew they were over land, but just not quite sure where. They actually landed on neutral Ireland. What happens when you're on neutral? Well, you get arrested and you are interned, which therefore you spent the rest of the war in your neutral country, just waiting and waiting. That was the fate, but they were eventually released after a few years. It's quite interesting. So other neutral countries, we had Switzerland. Was Sweden? I think Sweden was a neutral country, but it never occurred to me that Ireland was neutral during the war. So that was really interesting, and then I started to learn what happens then. And in fact, Luftwaffe and RAF pilots both tried to help each other to escape, because obviously you were stuck there for a very long time. I don't know how that would all work, but there is a story where a Luftwaffe pilot was been helped to escape by using a Spitfire that was stuck in a bog, and they were all trying to get this Spitfire out. There you go. With all the issues that Manchester was having, 106 Squadron were actually converting to the Manchester in early 1942. Now, by February 1942, Coningsby satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa, which is about 3 to 4 miles that way in the direction of the backwards crow, was complete. So we spoke about Mildenhall in 1934, eventually having a satellite station in 1940, which was RAF Lakenheath. Also RAF Newmarket and Tuddenham, I believe. So what that means is that they built a airfield in 1942, which, as we said, anything built after 1940 of December would be made with a hardened runway. I'm going to just sort of Wasp, go away. So Woodhall Spa was actually a satellite station of RAF Coningsby. Now, the plan for this was to actually build it in the Class A configured runway, because it was going to become a bomber station. Why? Because the Avro Lancaster was coming. And what they did, they actually made a heavy conversion unit, a bit like an OCU, because obviously they're flying twin-engine bombers. They've got to learn how to fly a 4-engine bomber. So what they did, 97 Squadron formed their own heavy conversion unit, probably out of their B flight, and then the same happened for 106 Squadron. Now, these heavy conversion units were operating at Woodhall Spa. So when the weather was awful, which was probably quite a lot, they would actually operate from Woodhall Spa and not Coningsby. Don't forget, Coningsby only had grass runway, which was not suitable for a Lancaster. Eventually, 97 Squadron did make Woodhall Spa their home, and during bad weather, that airfield was used instead of Coningsby. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters with missions. Lots of missions been aborted, but they did get their first sortie in their new aircraft, and that happened on the 20th of March 1942. It was Warrant Officer Merrills who successfully planted their mines off keel. So a good first start in the Manchester for 106 Squadron. Then things changed. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. He was just aged 23. Wing commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron, increased the morale of the squadron. Though he was the youngest squadron commanding officer of Bomber Command, he did get a bit of stick. Some people were like, some pilots were thinking, he's only 23, what experience has he got? However, he did do well. Gibson got himself back into flying ops with mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April, and in 1942 he did 3 more sorties in the Manchester, and during the following 3 weeks, and Gibson got a reputation. He was a great commander for 106 Squadron. It really did change things, and he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties. 6 were consecutive. If you've ever watched films, or if you ever had your mind sort of going back in World War II in a bomber, try doing 6 in a row. Wow, especially in a Avro Manchester. The squadron was improved, and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Group Bomber Command and by the Air Ministry, which I think from what I've read, probably gave them the sort of like the indication to say, yeah, this is our guy for Squadron X, which was 617 Squadron eventually. So I reckon that's what probably did it. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took off to take part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night bombing raids against German cities. Eventually in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby was going to close because they were going to get Lancasters here, but they really did need their concrete runways. Sadly, that final mission did have losses. The raid over Bremen, 3 of the aircraft failed to return. Now, the transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year. So Coningsby closed its runway on the September 1942 and reopened in August 1943. The 106 Squadron eventually moved from Syerston because of delays that were happening here. They actually made Metheringham their new home, which is why you see Zulu November and lots of 106 Squadron memorabilia and stories at Metheringham. They were there actually until 1946. But during this time, though, while it was closed, it was utilised. Number 5 Training Group were here, the group school. Number 5 G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made use of the facilities at Coningsby while the runways were being constructed. 106 Squadron eventually, they moved to Metheringham during that time because of the delays. And in spring of 1943, first to use the runways were 1514 Beam Approach training flight with the Avro Anson and Oxford, and I just said early in the stream 1418, that was a completely different unit. In fact, just thinking of it, that was probably the Mosquito, I think that was a Mosquito unit at Marham. See, this is what happens when I don't come here for a long time. Anyway, the Beam Approach training unit helps pilots learn to land in poor visibility, a bit like an ILS. You get beams going down. So first to use it was the Anson and the Oxford. Anyway, finally on the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived here with the Lancaster bombers. 617 Squadron flew many raids from Coningsby, but eventually swapped with 619 Squadron. Now, Petwood, the Petwood Hotel in Woodhall Spa, they homed the officers of 619 Squadron and then eventually 617 Squadron. They actually swapped, so 619 came here, but they eventually moved to Dunholm Lodge. So yeah, 61 Squadron also operated here with the Avro Lancaster. 61 and 619 Squadrons took off to the skies in many raids, but they did lose many aircraft and men in raids over Berlin and the disastrous Nuremberg raid. If you haven't heard about the Nuremberg raid, that was pretty much a disaster. As we started to get into D-Day on the night of the 5th, a nice clear full moon on D-Day, 5th of June 1944, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It was 18 Lancasters of 97 Squadron, Coningsby's 97 Squadron, actually took off for a mission over Normandy during the D-Day raid. 97 Squadron was amongst the first RAF casualties of D-Day. It was Zebra flight, so if we now know that the Lancaster would have had Oscar Foxtrot, Roundel, and on this occasion would have had a Z, or for Zebra. And this Lancaster was flown by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC, and they were in good spirits to fly the mission as it was not too deep into enemy territory. Okay, so their thought was, well, we haven't got to go deep into Bremen or, you know, deep into territory and face flak and other perils. So Carter was reported to say, thank God I'm not in OTU now. OTU, if you remember my statistics, was very dangerous. Over 5,000 men lost in just training. But sadly, this flight would cost Jimmy Carter his life. They set off at 2:56 from Coningsby's runways. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we now got to go into the Luftwaffe now. All right, so across the channel, there was a German night fighter pilot, Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. Now, he was in one SKG-10, and he was sitting on alert. We always think about men scrambling from the RAF. The Luftwaffe were also on alert. SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit equipped with the Focke-Wulf 190 G3s and G8s. Now, Eberspacher, the holder of the Iron Cross first and second class, he'd been promoted to Staffelkapitan to lead the third Staffel on the first group in May. Now, SKG-10, they were flying hit and run missions, fighter bomber missions with their FW-190s over southern England by day and by night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France and in view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the RAF against French targets from April 1944, the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also employed on Wilde Sauer, which means wild boar. It was a free-ranging night fighter missions against British bombers on brighter moonlit nights. Now, here's a cool fact. If you've not heard of the Wilde Sauer missions, it was well, if you think of it, it could be quite bonkers in theory. You're sending, first of all, let's have a little think about this. Think of the technology we have today for going out at night, all right? Night flying missions, right? You're in a Focke-Wulf 190. You're going out at night. That's got to be one of the most dangerous things to even do. They didn't have all the technology we have today. They're flying in a fighter at night. Here's another thing though. If that wasn't dangerous enough, which they were equipped with flares, yellow and green flares, the 109s and 190s as well would use flares to try and light up bombers. And then I told you about the story about the dampers on the exhaust, what night fighters were looking out for. They would look out for the flames coming out of the bombers and they think, aha, gotcha. Wilde Sauer used a moon, a full moon, and the help of cloud and flak. Now you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, you're going into your own flak. Yes. Check this out. What the night fighters will do at Wilde Sauer, when the flak exploded, when you got the moon shining down on a bomber, that brightness would light up the silhouette of a Lancaster. I know, that's just insane to think about that thinking, but that's what they did. So the flak would explode. Yes, I've heard reports that they did hit their own aircraft. But what they would do, the FW-190s would wait for the silhouettes to show up from the moon, and using the cloud, if it was cloudy, the flak would illuminate them. That thinking alone is quite, it's quite something really, and quite scary in some ways. But that's what the Wilde Sauer would do. And the thing is, you got to remember that's a different kettle. That is a different kettle of fish, or whatever you want to call it. That's a different pedigree of pilot to be able to go into your own flak and look out for silhouettes. Now, meanwhile, Carter and his crew, they dropped their bombs on the targets and turned for home when they were spotted by Eberspacher in his FW-190 shortly after 0500 on the return. Now, the bomber crew probably never seen the FW-190 and never knew what hit them. Eberspacher spotted several of the Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds below him, so this was in his realm. Now, he dived on Carter's Z Zebra flight and attacked the Lancaster from the blind spot underneath as well, and he dived down on Carter's Z Zebra flight, and he avoided engaging the bomber from any other angle, probably out of respect for the RAF gunners. And at 5:04, a transmission from Carter on force radio frequency acknowledging a message from Master Bomber was suddenly cut short. Cannon shells and machine gun fire from the FW-190 ripped into the underside of the Lancaster, causing immediate catastrophic damage and probably wounding and killing some on board and setting the bomber on fire. It was almost impossible. It is almost impossible to imagine that terror, the adrenaline, the fear that's pumping right now, felt by bomber crew on receiving the end of sustained burst of cannon fire from a completely unforeseen foe. I've always said this: the moon could be your enemy, but it could also be your friend. It could be your friend, but it could also be your enemy as well at the same time. Moon lights up targets, but it could also light you up as well. This was the thing. And Eberspacher reported no return fire from the Lancaster, and it was fatally damaged. In fact, immediately he attacked a second Lancaster and then a third, shooting down all three in 3 minutes. One of the RAF pilots in his flight, Fedwebel Isola, claimed another of the RAF heavy bombers. So when they landed back at Evreux, they were able to claim a total of 4 bombers shot down. The first air action and the first losses of the RAF from the Luftwaffe on D-Day. So, in 1944, RAF Coningsby began operating the Mosquito, which a lot of people love, the wooden legend, predominantly made out of wood, which actually led to furniture rationing. Let me show you the Mosquito. I don't know if I can give you the tour of let's have a look. So 1944 we started to see these, the de Havilland Mosquito. Look at that. I know a lot of you love this aircraft, and we're going to hopefully see this soon. Taxi. Hopefully the BBMF might be able to get one. Look at that, a beautiful de Havilland Mosquito. Now it was a fighter bomber. It wasn't necessarily, it was pretty much like a Typhoon in a way. It was multi-role. So it led to furniture rationing. In fact, it was rationed only to newlyweds, or those that were bombed out. It was amazing, right? The de Havilland, it was a DH-98, and like I said, developed from wood, originally conceived as the unarmed fast bomber. And the Mosquitoes they used, it was evolved in many roles. It kind of evolved itself into this amazing, almost like today's sort of Typhoon in a way. It was absolutely fantastic. Had a crew of 2, length at 44 feet 6 inches, that's 13.56. Wingspan 54 feet 2 inches, that's 16.51 meters. That's it's quite an impressive wingspan, really. Empty weight was 14,300 pounds, with powered by 2 of the Rolls-Royce Merlin V12 liquid-cooled piston engines, 1,710 horsepower. So that's quite impressive. 3-bladed with max speeds of around 415 miles per hour. Surface ceiling at a whopping 37,000 feet. It had 4 7.7 Browning machine guns and 4 20mm Hispano cannons. It could also carry 4,000 pound of bombs as well. Avionics was the G radio navigation. It was literally all that. It was a fantastic aircraft, and it did well against the Luftwaffe. I think the Luftwaffe saw this as a bit of a problem as well, with its speed at 415 miles per hour. Amazing. Lovely. And I know there's a lot of you that really want to see that fly. Well, you never know, the people's Mosquito, you never know, that might take to the skies. Now, on the 19th of September 1944, 5 Group Bomber Command were given a mission to use Mosquitoes for this mission over Bremen. Now Gibson, who came back here, took part in this raid, but when he came to Coningsby, he didn't use any of the Mosquitoes here at Coningsby. He went to Woodhall Spa to get one, and it was Mosquito KB 267 of 657 Squadron. Now the raid, depending on what you read, didn't quite go well, or it did or it didn't. Whichever the confusion was, the problem was on his way back home. So whether the raid went well or not is insignificant, because Gibson's aircraft was seen crashing in flames at Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. Now Gibson flew 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft in his time as a night fighter with 29 Squadron, and he was just 26 when he died. 97 and 83 Squadron also operated the Avro Lincoln here, which was the successor to the Lancaster, along with further Mosquito squadrons making it a home. In 1946 we had 109 Squadron and 139 Squadron as well. Now in 1950 is another aircraft for you, the Boeing Washington. I missed that one from my list earlier. What is a Boeing Washington, Nikos? Well, it's the RAF's name for a B-29. This was with 15 Squadron, who went on to fly the very first jet aircraft at Coningsby. Now in 1953, a completely new era for Coningsby, because it was the jet era. Number 9, 12, 15 and 249 Squadrons were operating the legendary English Electric Canberra. In the 60s, with the influx of the Vulcan force, we've seen 9 operational squadrons using the Vulcan. I think there were 9. I think there was 9. Was it 9 squadrons? I could be wrong, but I'm going with 9. Final answer. The Vulcan B2 made Coningsby its home, but just for 2 years, between 62 and 1964. Now, the Canberra was soon to be replaced with various aircraft. A real sore subject, the TSR-2. Coningsby was selected to become a TSR-2 station. Didn't go ahead, so the RAF ordered 50 F-111K aardvarks. 2 were made, but that was cancelled. And what we had in the end was something completely different. We had a call for FGR2s. The Phantoms arrived here in 1969 with number 6 Squadron. In fact, 228 became the operational conversion unit. There was 41 Fighter Squadron, 29, 23 and 56, and a lot of these squadrons went on to Wattisham to act as a QRA station with the squadrons. 1976 saw the BBMF arrive. By the way, the flying can openers are number 6 Squadron. Why are they called the flying can opener? Have a look at their badge on number 6 Squadron. They're based at Lossiemouth, flying the Typhoon. They've got an eagle praying or eating and having a good time with a snake. If you look at the squadron markings on the jet or their aircraft, they've got a eagle with a can opener, which I find quite, The reason? Because they destroyed so many tanks during World War II with the Hurricanes. There you go. BBMF arrived here in 1976. There was also Jaguars that arrived here for a very brief period of time, with Harriers, with 41 Squadron, and eventually Tornado F3 arrived here in 1984. Now, we've often said this, although number 17 Squadron were operating the Typhoon in 2003 at BAE Systems Warton Aerodrome, it wasn't until the 19th of May 2005 that they arrived here with the Typhoon. Chosen to become the OCU, the Operational Conversion Unit, is 29 Squadron. That's them today, training our latest and greatest pilots on the Typhoon. Eventually, number 3 and number 11 Fighter Squadrons arrived here to become the Combat Ready Squadrons. Then we also need someone to test out and evaluate the really cool, good stuff. 41 Squadron Seek and Destroy arrived here as a test and evaluation squadron. I totally forgot to tell you what happened to 17. I think they left in 2016. I could be wrong. I don't know why, but 2016 rings a bell. I could be wrong. I need to find that out, because I keep telling you about 17 Squadron bringing the Typhoon here. 2020 number 12 Squadron arrived here as well, which became the Joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. But there's one thing I need to add. When did 17 Squadron go to Edwards Air Force? I've got a funny feeling 2016. I don't know why. I've got a funny feeling it was. I'm going to check now. Hang on. I'm going to go and check some history. See, live learning right now. Let's find out. They went to Edwards Air Force Base to become the test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B. I'm going to have a little look quickly. Let's have a look here now. Aircraft operated. Let's have a look. Oh, was it 2013? I was 3 years out, I think. I think I'm out by 3 years. Let's have a looky here now. (2013), 3 years out. I'll remember that next time. There you go, no mistake. Oh, do you know what? I totally forgot to reply, man.
Do you want anything else?
No, I'm
Any
alright.
food or anything?
I saw your message and I got
okay.
distracted. Nah, this will do. Nah, just the one will be. Yeah,
go
sure.
I thought you
How you doing, man? You alright?
Yeah, yeah.
Good, good,
You dried
good.
out?
Huh?
You dried out?
Yeah. Gosh, that
Wasn't
it was pretty.
Good day though.
Yeah, it was great, man. Hiya. Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I'll probably make this my last departures, I think. Actually, no, I'll wait for these two.
Yeah. Watching two Gucci's on the way.
Is he? Oh, bless him. You alright then? You enjoying it?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Just dropped our ship.
Good. Huh?
We'll hang around a bit.
Yeah, okay, mate. Yeah, no worries.
Oi.
Oi, you alright?
Yeah, you.
Good, thank you.
They've come to see the Teddy.
Oh, cool. He's here. He's here.
I'll follow your camera.
Right, here we go, ladies and gents, teddy bears. Oh, cool. Nice one. Okay, here we go. So we've got two Typhoons. Just one's behind that marquee. Going to check if we've got any. Yeah, I reckon we'll get a couple more in before we finish up for the day. Tune into the Ted Wingy channel. How are we doing? Hope you're good. Two awaiting departure. Here we go.
Yeah.
2 more before we finish up for the day. Get emotional. Big shout out to all the ground crew. Oh, there's one now. There's 2 now. No, 1. Oh, nice one. Oh, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, there's 1 taxi in now.
Does that mean you've got 74 people watching?
Yeah, that's good. There's Ted.
That's crazy.
You alright?
Yeah.
Good, good, good. Right, another departure coming up before we finish up.
Oh, another one coming out.
Okay, so another departure coming up. Okay, here we go. Next departure coming up. Rather dire at the moment. Cloud ceiling is not looking great. Here we go, nevertheless, send it. I think this is a PTO, man. Definitely got reheats, isn't it? don't, I'm afraid. No, it should be on their website. The dates on the official RAF Coningsby website should be on there as a guide. Glad you liked it.
I were up at bloody Cotswold enclosure.
Oh, right.
Some of the stuff I couldn't see, and I've had to watch it.
Oh, right.
Looked at your video.
Oh,
so
right, you were actually in there and still tuned in. No way. That's, wow.
All the stuff to do with Chinook. Didn't see anything down that way.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. Yeah, sure. No worries, yeah. Yeah, it did take a tumble, didn't it, on the way in? I don't know if you've seen it. Oh, it hit the runway. Yeah, so
I knew this, I said, oh, it won't be fine, because technically.
It got a bit damaged. Yeah.
They're high maintenance anyway.
Yeah. I think it went out in the end.
It was see wedge tail at red.
It's good.
There's public display and it's
yeah, that was good.
And you two in that configuration.
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't it? Yeah, it was good. I needed that.
You know what they're saying about Mach 9.95?
Yeah.
High speed.
That was good.
Some of those F-16 probably 0.9,
Yeah, they were good. They were good.
You could see that cone coming up and you're thinking,
Yeah, that was off that Spanish Typhoon.
Spanish, yeah.
That was brilliant. That.
An F-16 from
Yeah, that was great stuff. That.
I'm glad the cloud-based Reg got to do the display and everything.
Yeah, no, that's good. Definitely.
Did you stay for the departures? as
Yeah,
well?
did the departures as well. It's always good. It's good track that.
At least you got to see the mum Waite's house on fire. Say bye to Ted.
Bye.
Hello, how are you? Yes, far. Wingy here, reporting for duty. How are you? Yes, hello, Red Ted. Yes, far. Yes, you good there? Yes, far. Yeah, that's it. Jolly old chap. Yes. Far. I said, let's go, Red Ted. Yes, discipline. That's what it's all about. Yes, to left, right, right. Yes, very good. Yes, trucks away, drying up, darling. Trucks away.
How you doing? All right, yeah.
Yeah, great to see you, man.
Good. You too, man.
We watch all the time. Yeah.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you.
Not fair.
Thanks, man. Top of the morning to you. I'm Ted. How are you? Yeah. Hope you're enjoying the Typhoon. That's right.
Hey, wait, right, doctor.
How are you, Reggie?
I'm alright now. How's it all going there now?
I'm all good. I'm seeing what's going on. I like to see the Typhoons fly.
Oh, me too, Dad. These pretty little planes. What are they again?
Typhoons.
Oh, I love me Typhoon now. I like it with a couple of, bit of milk and some 2 sugars. Yeah, right here.
I may need to do a checkup on him. I don't think he's very well.
What up? How we doing, y'all? Hope we're all good. What's going on? What up? My name's Casey from West Coast. Thought I'd check out these Typhoons. They're all good.
You there? Yes, my favorite. How are you, Casey?
Yeah, I'm good there. I'm good, yes. How are you?
Yes, I'm feeling very good. I'm very good. Just relaxing after a lovely weekend. Yes, it's been very good.
All right, that's it. What have you been doing?
I've been watching the football. It was very congratulations to the women's lionesses. But I must get back to the Bundesliga.
Bundes what? Well, I got what you need, but I don't think I got no Bundes what?
I said Bundesliga.
What be the Bundesliga?
Well, it's football.
Play football?
Yes, I play football. Yes. Would you like to play some football?
Oh, yeah, sure. We call it soccer.
Yes, let me go and get the football. I'll be back in a moment.
Where's he going? I'm not sure what's going on.
Now you must do the Jürgen. The Jürgen brought the football to the England. You must play. Are you any good at this football?
Well, I'll try, sir. Let me have a go.
Yes, I'm going to pass you the football and you must do the Jürgen. You're good at Jürgen Klinsmann. Oh, that was absolutely superb. That was the Klinsmann. Oh, you got to see this Klins. That was beautiful. I think he's damaged. I think it's a red card. Are you okay?
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm fine. That was good. I don't think I'll be doing that again. Where are you?
I'm over here.
Oh, how are you there, Wingy? You're right.
I am not Wingy. I am Jens.
Oh, I see. Yes. I The phone's ringing. Can you hear the phone? What phone? I do not have a phone. Yeah, this just passed. I'm over here. What's going on? I think you need to go and see the doctor. I will bring him. Come with me. Come, Sean. Okay, I'll be going with you.
A slight bit of concussion there from hope he's alright. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? My name's Grand Crew 2. What's going on? Hope you're alright. What's going on with the current bun? Where is it? It's been walking minty, innit? It's not good for me, Barnet. How you did? Whether you're watching it on the wobbly jelly or your dog and bone, or modern times, you may be watching it on your lamb chop. Hope you hit that like button. That's right. Mate, I like to sit back, relax, and watch it on the old Liza Minnelli. That's what I like doing. There's me food starting up. We should be getting a couple of departures there. Been working hard with the armourers today, just taking off the drop tanks and putting them back on. All these configurations. Typhoon pack up a total of 3 drop tanks in total. That's for extra endurance. Sometimes you need a bit extra fuel, do you know what I mean? Right, see you later, alligator. So the Foons have just spooling there in the background. We'll just catch these 2 and that'll be the end of our show. Mindy now, it's really punching a gale out here. Hello, literally just transitioned right across the screen. I'll tell you what, I didn't realise it was that fast. Look at it, it's giving it some. Well, if you're in a hurry, fair play. So, when you see aircraft being towed around, it's not necessarily that they're broken or anything. They're just passing them around. Some aircraft are in pools, which means that other squadrons can use a particular serial number regardless of markings. So it's not necessarily a 12 squadron aircraft, it could be used by other squadrons for training. Right, here we go. It's Foon time. Time for departure. Here we go. There's another one taxiing out. And it's a family version Typhoon. No worries, Sharon, if you got any questions about the Typhoon, anything you want to know, let me know and I'll do my best to answer your question. The only problem if they do a PTO is it'll be very, very short-lived. We'll see. There was a bit of blue sky. So a nice family version Typhoon as well to enjoy. do have 2 Typhoons at the end at taxi holding point Alpha. And there's a couple more to go out as well. Get ready. Okay, here we go. I don't. No, I don't know that info. Sorry. So just these last 2 for us here on the channel, and we shall depart. And when we get back a little bit later on, I'll get a stream ready for tomorrow. I think I'm confident we will do a show tomorrow. We may dodge a bit of water, but let's just go for it. expecting a little bit of rain actually now, to be honest. Let me get rid of some of the electrics off here. Chris Austin, how you doing? Sharon, how's it going as well? Hope you're good. So that's the markings of 29 Squadron. Nicknamed the Buzzards, who play a vital role since 2005, training the pilots that are converting to the frontline role in the Typhoon. And they currently produce the Typhoon Display pilots and team as well, which is made up from 29 Squadron. It wasn't always like that. Number 6, I think, Number 6 Squadron did have that role many years ago from RAF Lossiemouth, but that changed to 29 Squadron. There's a bit of a delay with these taxiing out for a moment. Trying to work out, establish if there's an issue with this one actually. I've just delayed, troubleshoot. Oh, hang on, what's going on there? Where's the runway caravan going? Hang on. Still there, looks like we've got another runway caravan making its way. my caravan. Ooh. I don't know what's going with it actually. Clearly troubleshooted. If I go down here,
Of course,
it'll
yeah.
move. There we go. So another family version Typhoon. So thanks a lot, those of you who have joined us today. Don't forget to hit the like one last time, and do think about subscribing. It is free to subscribe to the Ted Coningsby channel. And if you are subscribed or just doing so, don't forget to marry that up with the notification bell button, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. We do post regularly as well.
in the skies.
Okay, so our last two of the show, and I hope you can join us on, yeah, I'd say, I'm not going to confirm it 100% until I get home and just have a little think about the weather. I'm just tracking the weather. It's getting better and improving every sort of hour for tomorrow for where we're going to potentially be, but our planned one is Wednesday at Lakenheath. The weather doesn't look too bad there. 1,000 likes. Thank you very much for the updates, and for all of you who have smashed that like button as well. Bit of chilled out one in the end today. It's been quite nice today. Good start to the week with 2 performance takeoffs as well, and all the good stuff that come with it. The 2-ship formations along with the 3-ship. Lots of circuits. A Hawk, which I managed to get. Okay, almost there now. Here we go. So thank you again for those who have joined us on the Ted Coningsby channel. Okay, here we go. So thank you to Colin for being a member for 10 months. Such a lot has happened. Thank you very much. JW High Five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, a Guards March as well for you. And Gary, aka DJ Sonic Sense, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Catherine Burkett, thank you very much for your 25 months membership. Oi oi everyone. And Gary, High Five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Another one, High Five, Guards March to Gary as well for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And another one, thank you very much, Guards March. And also another one. Thank you very much. Also for your Fighter Squadron membership as well. Aspen, thank you very much. At John Minter, I donate this in your honour. Well done on remaining cancer-free for 10 years. I hope to see you around here for a long time to come. Thank you very much. Great words, Aspen. Thank you very much. Real lovely words there. Christopher Carr, High Five and a Guards March as well. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, or joining back. We Stevie Boy, Tonics Wafers for Ted. Thank you very much. Guards March. And another one from Gary as well. Guards March. High five there for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And it's time for us as well now to take off and depart, and just want to say a massive thank you to everyone today. First of all, it wouldn't be clear skies and secured skies without the Royal Air Force, so thank you very much RAF Coningsby for protecting our UK airspace. Thank you very much. And all our viewers, thank you as well. Thanks for tuning in today on a lovely day and a lovely start to the week. It's been quite a good week, isn't it, so far? Yeah, good day, good start to the week. So hope you enjoyed it, and thanks a lot, Spanner Flight, for keeping it sweet and neat. And I think that is it. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya! Hit the button, Ted. It's a salmon wrap or a kebab wrap. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for Ted too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Circle 1, and Well,